And we are live. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock. It's Sunday, November 16th. I'm Josh Engelman. I'm here to build some lineups for the 9:30 game, but we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We are live from now until 1. We take you all the way to lock, 4 straight hours worth of coverage. I can't think of a better place to be. If you're here, I guess you guys can't either. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow me on Twitter at Josh Engelman. This is a particularly fun one for me, guys. I got to be honest. Good morning, everybody. Normally, I get here, it's 9 a.m., and I'm going to talk about some NFL games that aren't typically all that interesting to me. Not today. My Washington Commanders are going to be on the field today, taking on the Miami Dolphins, and I'm excited to build some lineups for this one. This one is near and dear to my heart. I'm going to get some Mark Rippon captain lineups, maybe some Jason Campbell captain lineups. Maybe we can get Clinton Portis in here. Oh, the good old days. Maybe Terry Allen will show up. I could have rostered Chip Lohmiller, one of my favorite all-time Redskins. I could have rostered Chip Lohmiller if DFS existed in 1991 when I was 6 years old. But unfortunately, it didn't, and I couldn't play when I was 6. But shout out Chip Lohmiller. That's a deep pull. I should have put the Skins jersey on. Keith Schuler in the house. Stephen Leibowitz is here. Good morning. Travis Meyer says Debo. Yeah, we will certainly look at Debo as we work our way through this one. But we're going to build some lineups. We've got some healthy ownership on Achane, that's for sure. Cards ate my wallet. I was 7 in 91. Yeah, I was a crisp 6 years old in 1991. For most of the year, though. Born in February 85. But beginning of 91, that was my Skins winning a Super Bowl. Shout out Art Monk. Smokey says, about to get the Sims for a week. You signing up to get them, or are you anticipating putting yourself in the Hall of Fame? Either way. Alrighty. I'm ready to build some lineups. I've got the single lineup sim. Ooh, Mikey, 2 bags. We're close, brother. We're close. 2 weeks. 2 weeks between you and Mike, me and you, Mikey. 2 weeks. Respect your elders. This guy. Although, to be fair, the only chance for you to have another February guy and you be older is the elusive leap year babies. Triple G's, you and I are talking. We're neighbors. We're neighbors. I'm the 12th, and you're the 13th. That's fun. Birthday neighbors. I always like it. All right, enough about birthdays. We're 4 minutes in. I filibustered enough here. Let's go ahead and build our first lineup. And I think the only place that we can start right now is very simple. I just want to see what the optimal is. We need a baseline. So I'm just going to click complete this lineup, and we're going to get the 5 optimal plays. This is the highest projected lineup we're going to get. 97.56 projection, 230.5 ownership. I'm just going to mark this as optimal. And I'm just going to click run lineup simulation. We're going to look at the first thing we see, and then we're going to figure out how do we want to move around this lineup. 45.5%, cool. Achane captain, Dulcich, Waddle, Mariota, Chosen, Ertz. You gotta be, I mean, to have the last name Chosen and be good enough to get to the NFL, that must have been pretty fun in high school. Because if you're that good, you're making that pun like 24/7 when you're playing high school sports. So this is what we have as our baseline. Didn't he change it? Did he change his name? That's less fun then. His last name's Anderson. Wait, okay. Yeah, it's not fun. That's not fun. That's lame. That's lame. That's super lame. I had no idea. That's how much I follow the NFL. Let's get into the data. So right away, as we look at this, we've got two 2K guys, both in similar ownership spots. We've got a lone Ertz 5K sitting at 40% ownership. And then we've got the Achane Waddle like duo. Achane crazy owned in the captain spot. Waddle slightly less so. The easiest place to get slightly different here, in theory, is Achane. However, he's also basically the best value. And that's where it gets kind of tricky. From a flex perspective, because that's the easiest place to look at it. If we throw out just the like rando generics, you've got Bates at 1K, our boy Robbie Chosen at 2,200, Dulcich at 28, and then Achane is actually the top value at that point. And it's pretty far before you get to anybody else real. And the first real guy you get to is Marcus Mariota. So I want to see what a Marcus Mariota captain lineup looks like. Because Achane is sitting there at 38% owned. Mariota's sitting there at 11. And I think that right there, if I do nothing else, just the optimal around this, I want to see the comparison point. Now it's 4-2 Dolphins, Mariota, Achane, Waddle, Chosen, Washington, and Tua. 94 projection, 219 ownership. So the projection fell by 3.4. The ownership fell by 10. My expectation here is this actually looks a little bit worse. I think we gave up too many fantasy points and not enough ownership. Yeah, very clearly. Negative 15%. So we need to figure out, where do we cut ownership here? Or at the very least, how do we get away from this $200 guy and do it again? So much of this is going to come down to, can you build anything interesting without Devin Achane? And I don't know how true that will end up being. So let's look at the ownership and figure out where the inefficient ownership is and see how we can build around Mariota. And like, we're getting this heavy ownership here. I don't love it for Tua. Just out of curiosity, if I just simply get Riley Patterson in, you know what? That's actually not the value I want. Riley Patterson's sitting here, 1.69x. Actually, that's really not that bad. I'm going to slot him in and lock him and now see what the optimals are, because I don't expect to see the $200 play here. This should be a bit more balanced. And it is. 93.8 and 240 ownership. So we actually went up in ownership and down in projection. Now, we're not surprised by the down in projection. That was always going to happen because of Achane. But the fact that we have this much right now concerns me. And more than anything, I just really don't like Tua in this particular build. So realistically, if I get Achane and Waddle, that takes me to 3 Dolphins. And then it's Matt Gay and Chosen, 92 and 215. Now we're getting a little bit warmer. We've cut the ownership, but we've likely cut the projection further than we need to. Well, realistically, we need to get this projection about where it is right now and somehow bring the ownership like sub 200. So right now, that's my goal. How can I build out ownership and get that number to be sub 200? It's almost impossible to think about doing that if Achane is in the captain spot. And it does feel like Mariota is the guy that I would need to put there, but it's putting me in a weird salary tier. Even weirder. It really falls off a cliff from a value perspective at the top. 2.07, 17, 17, 16, and then we're like in really weird Debo areas. Let's see what it looks like with Waddle instead of Achane. Maybe Waddle catches these passes, just keeps Achane out of the end zone. 17% owned here. Let's see what we can do to not get Achane. So in theory, that's going to have to be Mariota and Tua. That should block us from Achane. No, still doesn't. That's hysterical. Okay, so we need a good value that isn't a free value. If it's Dulcich, can we still get... Okay, if it's Dulcich, then we lose Achane. Waddle, Dulcich, Mariota, Patterson, Tua, Ertz. Oh, spam bots are in. Go ahead and grab those guys. Bye-bye. 87.4 projection, 227 ownership. This lineup's dreadful. We cut 10 points off of our projection and didn't move the ownership at all. Realistically, this lineup is probably going to be like negative 40. I just want to show it. Positive 40? I no longer know what I'm doing. Maybe the $700 is helping here. I would never expect to give up 10 full fantasy points and still recover here. But I think I can explain why. I'm going to go back into the optimal. And you'll see 0.3% chance to win, 3.6% chance of a top 10, and a 54% cash rate. So this isn't... Not only when you win with this lineup do you get chopped a bunch, that's why you see the cash rate so high. This is essentially the cash game lineup for Showdown today. And I think that's what we end up seeing here. We leave that $700 on the table, and the cash rate is cut in half. You see we're down at 26 now. That's causing us to have a higher win rate, and when they win, they're worth more. So you don't cash nearly as frequently. And that has a lot to do with Achane in the captain spot. But because of that, when you get up there, the lineup itself pays out better. And I think I was underrepresenting that, the uniqueness of this lineup because of the lack of Achane. So what we're learning is you can build very profitable lineups if you don't want to use Devin Achane today. Now, I don't know if you do want to do that or not, but because when you put him in here, you end up getting to that $200 range, and I don't think that's a great range to be in today. Like if I put John Bates in there to get a little different, who are the final two dudes? It ends up being Achane and Wilson again. So it's almost double pay down with all the pay ups. 90.5 projection, 200 ownership, $900 on the table. This is either a really bad lineup because of the two pay downs, or those two pay downs and the $900 on the table are opening us up for something significantly more interesting in a GPP. I don't know where this is going to go. I'm curious to see it. I could go either way. It'll probably end up being zero, and then it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. And I think that's just simply, we're giving up too many fantasy points, but neither, like you can get one guy to go crazy here, but it's hard to get two. If I put a little randomness on there, what do we get? Because I thought the Bates piece would help. What if I yank Tua? It's still going to give us Achane because he's too good of a value. Wilson, Achane, Tua is just that optimal once I include Bates. All right, here's the thing we need to test now because it's the one thing we haven't tried. What does paying down at captain do? And I mean, when I say paying down at captain, I mean paying down at captain. Ertz is the first guy I want to look at, but that almost seems too cost effective. Which makes me think, do we get like Riley Patterson 50-yard field goal type things? I'm going to look at Ertz first. If Ertz is in, what is the optimal around him? Achane, Waddle, Washington, Mariota, chosen. All right, so that does leave Tua out. 300 on the table, 93 projection, 232.5 ownership. I at least want to see it. I think the ceiling's too. The cash rate will be extra low here. Yeah, 36, much lower, but still 4.5%. As we do this, I am starting to become more interested in the non-Devin Achane lineups in order to win a contest. Mariota, Tua, Waddle, Ertz captain, Dolphins D, and Malik Washington. 85 projection, 223 ownership, 700 on the table. Are we just giving up too much here? Curious. Yeah, we are. The Czar is having the hardest time possible building lineups for the one team he wants to build lineups for. So before we go any further, because we've got about 15 minutes left before we turn this one over to Greg Ehrenberg, he's going to build some lineups as well. At 10 o'clock, you're going to get Dave Loughran, Ben Raza. They're going to do the NFL deeper dive. They're going to go game by game through everything today. If you don't know what you want to do by the time those guys are done, you probably didn't have the audio on. That's the best thing you're going to hear for NFL DFS coverage. But it doesn't stop there either. NFL Live Before Lock after those guys all the way till 1 o'clock. And I can see Greg already here getting ready on the back end, excited to talk about football. I'm excited about one additional thing, and that's telling you guys to download the Tails app. If you're looking for bets, especially on a day like today, or pick'em cards, even DFS coverage, you should be downloading the Tails app and checking out the free picks page. It's totally free. You don't have to spend a dime on Tails. If you want to subscribe to people after you've been following them for a bit, pay for their picks and stuff, you can do that. But you could just hit up the free plays. They're there already categorized for you. You could sort right to NFL. We've got trending topics for the day. You could check out the leaderboards as well if you want to follow some of the hottest people on the marketplace. But what you should do is download the app. The link is in the description of this video. And if you do it, leave us a review and a star rating because we're trying to grow this as much as we can. And it helps us out a ton when you do it. So if you can download the app, head to Tails. If you're interested in sports betting picks, parlay cards, pick'em cards, it's all here for you guys. All right, chat. I want you guys to help me out here. Who do you want me to build a captain for? What would you guys like to see? Because I'm guessing you guys have some weird captain ideas. I want to see what the consensus is right now. Or are you guys looking at it differently? Are you guys looking at today's slate thinking, well, shit, it's just got to be Achane. He looks too damn good. Dolic, Debo, Ertz, C-Rod, Achane. All right, that's a couple Dolciches. Let's see what it looks like. If you put Dolic into the captain spot and just optimize around him. Achane, Waddle, Mariota, chosen, Tua. $1,000 on the table. 93 projection, 239 ownership. Let's see it. And hit that like button if you haven't done it yet. Well, you guys seem to be on the right path. 66% sim ROI, 0.3% chance to win, 35% cash rate. That's your first Dulcich lineup. in the captain spot. So how can we make this a little different? Is there a place that we can cut ownership without hemorrhaging too many fantasy points? If Chosen comes out, see, that's probably too big of a drop-off. We have the money right here. 4.8 projection, 15 ownership. Now, way worse value. We're going to be giving up about 1.5 fantasy points, but we're also giving up 15 ownership points. They could be valued. So it's an onslaught with Mariota. That's always fun. 91.5 projection, 225 ownership. Does that ownership discount help us? Or does it hurt us by losing the fantasy points? Well, that explains it pretty quickly. Hurts us about as dramatically as it could. Negative lineup now. Not what I was expecting. So it doesn't seem like Chosen is the spot where we get different. I don't think it's going to be Achane. And from a salary perspective, we have such a chasm if we swap any of these guys out. Achane, Waddle, Mariota, and Tua, there's a 4-point gap if we try to take one of those guys out and switch to Debo. If we're going to do it, it's got to be Tua. I assume we're giving up too much here. But 1,400 on the table, it could be unique enough to be great. No, it's unique enough to be dog shit. Negative 23% sim ROI. The optimal one is the best one here for the Greg Dulcich captain spot. Can the defense carry us? This one's going to look disgusting, but I got to go Commanders D in the captain spot. Can we just get like a boatload of turnovers? Optimal around it. Achane, Waddle, Washington, Mariota, Ertz, 3-3, 90 and 220. Can we get by with a Commanders D captain spot? We're going to need a touchdown. I'd like to see it happen. 26% sim ROI. Commanders money line. Dave Lochran, he knows what's up. The real best team in the NFC East, the Washington Commanders. Hey, if they win money line, maybe the defense does it. You can get there with a 26% sim ROI. All right, Brian says, Moore had most wide receiver snaps last week. Could he somehow get 8 targets today? I mean, anything is possible, but we haven't said his name yet on this show. Let's put Chris Moore into the utility spot. 2K. Lock him in. What do we get around him? Achane, captain, Dulcich, Waddle, Mariota, and Ertz. 700 on the table. Can we get there with your boy Chris Moore, Brian? I hope so. Not really. 8% sim ROI. And I'm guessing, I mean, I wonder if we could just do it by putting anyone else in the captain spot other than Achane. If we do, I mean, I guess, what does it look like with Mariota? Probably garbage. Achane, Dolphins, Waddle, Ertz, 700 on the table. Down to 205 ownership. Probably giving up too much projection, but yeah, negative 31. The path to anything outside of Devin Achane today is really tricky on this showdown slate. You've got 5 minutes to go before this locks. And legitimately, I am finding it difficult to build lineups because of how broken he is. You don't typically get this sort of disproportionate captain ownership for somebody, but boy, oh boy, does he have it. And I'm not surprised. Commanders are dreadful. Not at all what I'm looking for them to be. Dolphins defense at captain guy. Now that's a reasonable stance to take, I think. If we pop them in there. Now this is probably going to look pretty similar to what it looked like before. Achane, Waddle, Mariota, Patterson, and Ertz. 4-2. Projection ownership landing in the same range. $600 on the table. Just doesn't feel it. Yeah, negative 18. Negative 18. It's really difficult to get away from him unless you just get away from him entirely. And at that point, I think you're just building like really similar lineups to everybody else that doesn't use him. That's the real tricky part. If you don't use Devin Achane, you're also probably using something that looks very similar. And you almost have to get like extra different. Because by not having him, you're just kind of like automatically using that Waddle to a Mariota group. I mean, I guess technically Debo is such a bad value that he ends up slipping through the cracks here. So if we have to use 3 of these dudes at the top and one of them isn't going to be Achane, getting Debo in really creates a bit more of a unique option. Can we, like, what completes that? It just puts Achane into the captain spot with Debo, Waddle, Tua, John Bates, and Cedric Wilson. 88 and 1. Okay, 173 might be the lowest we've had the ownership, but I think this one's going to get destroyed. Okay, negative 25 is really not as bad as I was expecting. I thought that was going to get, like, next level gross. How awful is it for Debo and the captain? It's going to be the final thing I do before I turn this one over to Greg. Again, download Tails. It helps us out a ton. Hit the like button. That also helps us out a ton. Be here for all 4 hours. That's what you should absolutely be doing. If Debo Samuel is in the captain spot and you put the optimal around him, it leaves Waddle and Tua out of it. Achane, Dulcich, Mariota, Patterson, Ertz, 87.7 and 211. This legitimately might be like negative 60. 28 to the green. This whole slate is a mystery to me. I could spend another hour in this sim tool, and I'm not sure I'd get the feel. This is one of the more unique experiences we've had. I mean, think about the amount of lineups that I've built in the single lineup sim since the beginning of the NFL season started. Perfect lineups for Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football every week till this point, plus the main slates. I get my hands dirty in here. They're filthy coming out of this. I can't find it. If you guys like Devin Achane today and you have him in your lineups, best of luck to you. If he doesn't show up in the winning lineup, you're probably feeling pretty good, but just based on his salary, based on his projection, the things that we see right here, I don't know how you dodge him. His projection is 6.5 points higher than anybody else on the slate. That's pretty unique, but it's football. I try to get away from it if you can. Greg Ehrenberg is about to come up next. Lofty's just here for reasons, I don't know, try to creep me out on the back end. I can't get it. He's just here. He doesn't need to be here for a half hour. If this were a live show that he and I were doing together, he wouldn't be here at the right time. Now he's just here extra early. I don't understand how this works. But Greg Ehrenberg, you are here. Come on in. The water's fine. Lofty's already sharing his screen an hour early. It's probably going to make it worse for Greg somehow. It's incredible. It's incredible. What up, Greg?
Yeah, so time for the main slate. Early slate, locking right about now. Hopefully it means the bots are going to go away too, because we usually get those bots pop up trying to...
I've had a bunch.
I don't know what they do. They just post emojis or whatever in the chat, but they should be leaving now.
I've had a few. Cleaned them out as much as I could. I want 5 seconds worth of thoughts as quickly as possible. Any interesting takeaways for you? Are you back on the Bo Nickel experience?
Sort of. He looked better than he's ever looked in any of his fights yesterday, but I'm not sold that his game doesn't have like a flow to it that like a lot of the elite guys do. He looked better last night.
He could crack.
I think he's probably more like top 5 guy than champion in the future.
Yeah. He's got sneaky. I mean, I'm not surprised wrestling wise, but he can crack. Like, it's fun. And Islam's just amazing.
That he is. Well, Josh, get out of here. Get out of here. You got a Sunday morning football game to watch, and I've got the main slate to break down for these guys. So, Josh,
go Skins.
Thank you very much. For everybody else, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is time to go over the main slate for today. You guys know the deal. If you got any questions for me as we go, leave me a super chat, or if you're a Stokastic sub, leave a... Oh, well, there we go. I guess the bots are not gone because they immediately pop up, and that is I don't know what the hell is, like a pregnant lady, a football, and a glove or something were the emojis that I threw into chat. So looks like going to have to be getting rid of the bots as we go here, but nonetheless, we've got a main slate to cover. If you guys have a super chat for me, want me to evaluate your lineup, you can leave that in. If you are a Stokastic sub and have a question for me, leave that in Discord, and I'll be on the lookout for those. But no time to waste. Let's look at the projections for today, beginning at the quarterback spot. We've got 3 QBs pulling north of a 20 fantasy point projection. That's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert. Then just under 20 fantasy points, we got a bunch of guys. Stafford, McCarthy. McCarthy is projecting outstandingly well, and it's only gone up. Everything's gone up on McCarthy as the week's gone on. The props have gone up. His ownership has gone up. His projections have gone up. So you guys see he's the chalk now. 17% owned at the quarterback position at $5,200. And, I mean, he's projected comparably to Matt Stafford. He's projected comparably to not even that far behind, like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. So crazy high projection on J.J. McCarthy. We're going to have to build up some lineups with him to see how those look. If we look at the ownership at the QB position, I mean, it's McCarthy, 17% owned, Brissett 10% owned, 9% ownership to Holmes. Brock Purdy finally back, at least for now. We saw him come back briefly from the toe injury and re-injured. What was that, like week 3? He came back, he played 1 game, and then he was gone for another handful of games. So at least for now, Brock Purdy is back. He's 8% owned at $5,800. Our top points per dollar plays at the QB position: J.J. McCarthy, Jacoby Brissett, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco. So lots of cheap QBs in some decent matchups that are showing up pretty prominently at quarterback. At running back now, what do we have here? At running back, we've got Christian McCaffrey settled in at 26 fantasy points and change. Massively high projection for him, but it's warranted considering what his workload has been. Then you got Josh Jacobs at 22 fantasy points. Robinson at just under 22 fantasy points. Jaylen Warren, one of the top overall plays on the slate, and I believe the highest projected own player across every single position. Jaylen Warren, great matchup against the Bengals. We heard from Mike Tomlin that the plans are to get him the ball more this week when you consider the matchup. The price point at $6,100. Yeah, Jaylen Warren's going to be super popular, and you'll see that in the ownership here, where he is projected for 35% ownership, 27% ownership going to Chase Brown. McCaffrey, 26.5% owned. Jacobs now 25.5% owned. And Jacobs is the real late riser in our ownership projections, because I'm thinking back on the content that Lofty and I did on Wednesday and Friday, and unless I am just grossly misremembering something, I don't remember Josh Jacobs being remotely close to being considered chalk at $7,800. Not that he was somebody who, like, we wouldn't have wanted to play or consider or anything, but when I looked at our latest ownership update, I was like, where did the 26% on Josh Jacobs go? He was somebody who was like around 10% or so, if my memory serves correct, for the rest of the week. And then nobody else is more than 20% on. We got those 4 guys, 25+% on: Jacobs, McCaffrey, Chase Brown, Jaylen Warren. Your points per dollar plays at the running back position, a lot of the same guys that we just went over: Jaylen Warren, Chase Brown, Christian McCaffrey, Josh Jacobs. Even at $9K and $7,800, McCaffrey and Jacobs, those are your 2 of your 4 top points per dollar plays at the running back spot. Wide receivers. And wide receivers pretty interesting for this slate, because we haven't had a ton of wide receiver value in the same way that we've had running back value this year. But this slate's a little bit different. Marvin Harrison, appendectomy. He was ruled out in the middle of the week. So you got guys like Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch that are really cheap. That's going to create some interesting options at wide receiver on the low end in a way that we haven't really had much of this year. But pay-up wide receivers look good as well. Jamar Chase, JSN, Puka Nacua, all right around 22 fantasy points. Then there's a pretty big drop-off, 19.5 fantasy points for Rashee Rice, 17.7 for Justin Jefferson, 17.5 for Drake London. And here's one of the things that's going to be really interesting about the ownership on J.J. McCarthy, because McCarthy, cheap, projects really well, super popular, but who do you stack him with if you're rostering him? Because Justin Jefferson doesn't project nearly as well as the other pay-up options. You're sacrificing about 5 fantasy points if you're going to Justin Jefferson instead of Puka Nacua, JSN, Jamar Chase. So I'll be really interested to see, now that we've got all this ownership going to McCarthy, but then the kind of depressed ownership on Justin Jefferson, how do some of these Vikings stacks end up simming out? As far as the other wide receivers at the ownership here, yeah, Jamar Chase is 26% owned, Then there's a pretty big drop off, 18% ownership to Michael Wilson, sans Marvin Harrison there. You got JSN at 17% ownership, 15.5 to Rashee Rice, 14.5 to Puka Nacua and Justin Jefferson. And this is where kind of what I was talking about before gets a little interesting, because Puka Nacua and Justin Jefferson are pulling the same ownership, and that's a lot to do with the ownership on JJ McCarthy. But Puka Nacua is projecting for 5 more fantasy points. So Justin Jefferson, is he maybe a little bit overowned because of the ownership on McCarthy? Perhaps. Value at the wide receiver position, Michael Wilson, Wan'Dale Robinson, he's benefiting from the absence of Darius Slayton. And then I don't know what to make of Jameis Winston at quarterback. I don't know if that helps, hurts, or is indifferent towards Wan'Dale Robinson. But Darius Slayton being out, that's also a potential factor. The Giants also a tough matchup here against the Green Bay Packers. Jamar Chase, Puka Nacua, Jacoby Myers. We got Brian Thomas out for another week, so he's looking good at $4,600. And then JSN. So a lot of the top points per dollar plays that we're seeing actually are pay-up options today. At tight end, Trey McBride. What is this like a SpongeBob meme that the last bot posted into there? It's a SpongeBob, a football, and a penguin. So got rid of that bot. But tight ends, Trey McBride, 19 fantasy points. I think this is the highest projection we've had on any tight end the entire season. Just makes sense. Marvin Harrison being out. You've also got a spot where the Cardinals should have to throw the ball here against the 49ers. Also, the 49ers, just a shit ton of injuries on offense and defense throughout the year, but especially on the defensive end. But Trey McBride, 19 fantasy points, 31% ownership. This is going to be the best spot a tight end has been in for the entire season. George Kittle, 13 fantasy points. Gadsden, 12.5. Looked like he was potentially going to sit earlier in the week, but we found out after he practiced on Thursday that it looked like he was going to be good to go. So Gadsden, he's looking like a serviceable tight end, 12.5 fantasy points. Then you got Pitts, Theo Johnson, Travis Kelce, all around 11 fantasy points. Ownership at tight end, I mean, Trey McBride, it's just all the ownership going to him. He's in about a third of the field's lineups. Then Gadsden, Kittle, Pitts, each just over 10% owned. Our value at the tight end position, still Trey McBride, your top value, despite being the most expensive tight end. Pitts, Gadsden, Theo Johnson, George Kittle. Pretty frequently, we've seen the top projected players, the top owned players, and the top points per dollar players. It's all kind of the same guys on today's slate. So let's start building some lineups, beginning with the super chat that we got here from Ken. Ken wants to know, how is this lineup looking? So he has got a naked Josh Allen lineup. Josh Allen, Josh Jacobs. I do think it's funny that I know this isn't something that you did. It's just the autocorrect. This happens to me all the time too. Players who have the S at the end of their name, it gives them the apostrophe. But anyway, Allen, Jacobs, Warren, Higgins, Wan'Dale Robinson, Greg Dortch, Gadsden, Dowdle, and the Rams defense. So this is a lineup that's going to project well in terms of fantasy points, but will it have enough correlation to actually simulate out well for a tournament? We'll find that out shortly. Jacobs, Warren, Higgins. You do have a little bit of correlation there. Warren and T. Higgins in the same lineup, so that'll benefit you a little bit. We've got Wan'Dale Robinson, Greg Dortch. And, you know, a lot of these guys in your lineup are projecting well. Like, my first thoughts here is this looks more like a cash game lineup than a GPP lineup. But we'll see. Maybe it just projects so well in terms of all the individual players that it still ends up looking serviceable for a GPP. All right, Dowdle at flex, and then you've got the Rams defense to close it out. I do find we talk about this all the time on the shows that Lofty and I do together. Like, Josh Allen's always going to be somebody who projects fairly well. Obviously, you know, MVP last year, 26.1% similar. So it's okay. It's not great. I do think the lack of correlation is kind of capping your upside a little bit. The problem with Josh Allen is just, number one, you don't have a run back with him, but then also you don't have a stacking partner with him. But even then, as I was kind of getting out a second ago, is Luff and I always talk about how hard it is to find who it is you want to stack with Josh Allen. Does it help a little bit that Keon Coleman's out of the mix? Perhaps that helps Khalil Shakir a little bit. Dalton Kincaid's also banged up. So I would consider stacking Josh Allen with somebody. But overall, looking at my lineups, I'm probably not going to play a ton of Josh Allen. Let me see. My last run of Sims, I only had 2% of Josh Allen. And it's really just because of how hard it is to figure out who to stack with them to really create that kind of upside. I think this lineup you built, Ken, really good looking cash game lineup. It just lacks a little bit of correlation to be a really strong GPP lineup. Michael Wynn wants to see if we can make a lineup with Bijan, Jefferson, Higbee, and the Packers D. Can't seem to make it sim well as he thinks it should. All right. So you're trying to see if I could have the magic touch to make these players sim better. Okay. Got Bijan, Jefferson. And I think this kind of speaks to what I was saying before. Justin Jefferson just doesn't project well relative to the other top-end wide receivers. Higbee, Packers D. Okay. Higbee also doesn't project all that well. Packers D. All right, so if you're going to have Jefferson, then I think we plug McCarthy in the lineup to see if we can make that work. All right. So we go McCarthy, Jefferson. I really don't like Higbee at tight end. I mean, this is you're trying to make a lineup sim out well with him, so you want him to be here, but he's definitely holding the lineup back a little bit, in my opinion. Warren's going to have to be in the lineup, try to maximize the sim ROI. Let's go Michael Wilson to save some salary. 6,400 left for a wide receiver and a flex. I'll put this on 10%, ran this and complete it, see what shows up. Darnell Mooney, I don't love that. Who else got plugged into lineup? McCaffrey. All right, so I guess Mooney just got plugged in to make McCaffrey work. Let's see how this sims out. I don't think it's going to sim out. I'll change the large contest too. I don't think this is going to sim out super well. Maybe not, though. What kind of sim ROIs were you getting on it, Michael, relative to what you were expecting? This is fine. 36.7% sim ROI. It's not like the greatest lineup in the world, but like, what were you expecting this core of players to have, like a 100% sim ROI? There's nothing wrong with this. I think if you want to make it better, let's see if we just took out the Packers defense, Higbee, Mooney, and I'll take McCaffrey back out. I want to see what happens if we just optimize around these guys. How similar does it look? Still got McCaffrey, Dortch. Honestly, I don't hate Dortch and Wilson in the same lineup. They're so cheap. It's not the end of the world. Like, is it viable? They each get like 12 fantasy points. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. It just doesn't take that much. Each of them get like, 4 or 5 catches, 50, 60 yards, something along those lines. Maybe one of them scores a touchdown. They're so cheap. You could pair them together. I also think Dortch makes for a pretty good leverage play off of Michael Wilson, just because he's 4% owned. He's 3,300, Greg Dortch. But let's sim this one out and see if this looks any different. Titans defense in this lineup. It's more or less the same. We took out the Tyler Higbee at tight end play. Let's see. Yeah, this came out better. I think it's Higbee that's holding back that lineup more than anything. All right, let's see if there's any questions for us in Discord. If not, I'm going to build out a FanDuel lineup because I know a lot of you guys usually ask DraftKings related questions. Just got a bunch of ones that came into Discord. So we'll plug in everybody's lineups here in Discord and answer your questions. First, Hypnotoad, I've got one question for you today. Oh, funny. What is your opinion on Michael Wilson versus Greg Dortch in my Arizona stack on DraftKings? So it kind of depends who else is in the lineup. In general, I like Michael Wilson more than Greg Dortch. But if you have an otherwise very chalky lineup and you're looking to reduce the ownership in some kind of way, that's where I go to Greg Dortch. But if you've got, a lineup that maybe fades Jalen Warren or doesn't have Christian McCaffrey, then you're good to just plug in Michael Wilson, who projects better. Einsteinium. Am I interested in Darnold this week? Can I build a Seattle double stack? Let's go ahead and build a Seattle double stack. As far as Sam Darnold goes, I am not currently getting to Sam Darnold lineups in any kind of meaningful amount. But let's try it out. We'll go Sam Darnold. Double stack is kind of tough. Like, obviously, him and JSN, cool. Good starting point. I don't know who the second pass catcher is that I would really want to go to. Let's look at some of the projections. Shaheed, Cup. I think if you're going to do Sam Darnold, you just go single stack. These other guys, like Shaheed, $4,900, 8 fantasy points. Cooper Kupp, $4,100, 8 fantasy points. The projections just aren't good enough for me to really want to build around those other guys. Let's try to go really expensive here. Let's go with Puka as a run back. So we'll go Darnold, JSN, Puka Nacua. And then we'll select all the rest of the games. Now we're obviously going to have to go kind of cheap here. So let's go Jaylen Warren should be one of our running backs here for sure. And then at wide receiver, let's go and plug in Michael Wilson. And that would give us $4,200 left. All right, let's go cheap at defense then. Yeah, I think the placeholder cheap defense, that's going to be the Titans. Nearly min price. I know Davis Mills looked good last week, but still the Texans offensive line, it's pretty shoddy. So at just a punt, I think you could do worse than the Titans today. So let's go ahead and look at the Titans defense. That gives us 4,800 left. All right, I'll just optimize around this. Running back, tight end, flex spot left. Pitts. All right, well, I was just shitting on Tyler Higbee, and now he shows up in this lineup with the optimizer. And Jacob showed up in it as well. Let's see how this sims out. I don't love this lineup. At least on the positive, Tyler Higbee's another run back for the game stack. But I don't love how this lineup looks on paper. And the double stacks. All right. Well, fuck me then. 49% sim ROI. Looks like a more viable build than I thought it was going to be, Einsteinium. I don't know that I'd want to go to the double stacks just because of what I said before with the projections not being high enough on Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed. But the single stack with JSN looks pretty solid. The next lineup here, it is from... He doesn't have a name. I didn't even know you could... How could you be in Discord without a name? He's just he's just the gorilla emoji. All right. So I don't know if I'm getting in trouble for this, but gorilla, it's what his emoji is in chat. If I use the Stokastic single lineup sim for DK cash games, how is the single lineup done? So I would not simulate the lineup after plugging it in because there's no real use in that. If you're using the simulation portion, what you're doing is you're simulating it in a GPP setting. But we could build a cash game lineup here for sure. I'll show you guys the best way to do it for today. We've gone over this a little bit before, but Jaylen Warren, Trey McBride, just going to pick off some of the highest owned guys. And I think you really, really want to have Jaylen Warren, Chase Brown, Trey McBride. I'm not super opinionated on Christian McCaffrey versus Josh Jacobs, so I'll leave that portion out. I am going to plug in Michael Wilson, though. I'm also going to go to J.J. McCarthy to save salary at quarterback. And these are the guys who I feel like are most needed for cash games today. McCarthy, Warren, Brown, Wilson, McBride. Then I would go complete the lineup. If there's anybody else you guys really want to play in a cash game, you can plug them in here as well. But then I would just go to the 0% randomness, press complete the lineup. What showed up? All right. I don't love that Jalen Coker showed up in the cash game lineup, but McCaffrey, Warren, Chase, Wilson. So I guess he was just what was kind of needed to complete the lineup. I would definitely rerun it as we get closer to lock to see what kind of better values open up potentially instead of Coker as more players get ruled inactive in our projections update and whatnot. But as of right now, I think this is like a rough outline for what a cash game lineup should look like. Matty Ice, Herbert, Ladd, Gadsden stack on DraftKings. All right, doing the Herbert double stack. See how that looks. See, we've got Herbert, Ladd McConkey, Rondé Gadsden. And nobody else. This is just what you've plugged in here for now. I'm going to put Jacoby Myers in here as a run back. Jacoby Myers, I think he's a little bit of a sneaky option. $4,600. He's got an okay projection at 11.5 fantasy points. Modestly owned. We've got just 8% ownership on him. I'm just going to, I'll just build around this stack here and see what else shows up with 10% randomness. Warren and Brown, Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts. All right, double tight end lineup. See how this looks. I'm not going to guess. I think I've been wrong on all my guesses so far. So I'll reserve judgment. Oh, wow. 122.3% sim ROI. I can't even pretend that was what I was going to guess. I had no clue that was going to come out. That would have not been one of my guesses. But yeah, the Herbert double stack's looking pretty good. What do I have of some of these guys in the sims? Let's see. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I just look at some of my lineups using our pre-contest sims. I did get Herbert in about 10% of lineups. Lad McConkey showed up in 10% of lineups. Gadsden did show up as a pretty decent pivot off of Trey McBride. So these are players who our data generally likes. I think those are good lineups to roll out there, Matty Ice. And we got a couple more lineups from Discord. JEW says that he started with Brissett, CMC, Warren, Wilson, McBride. Can I finish the lineup with DraftKings single entry with chalk and then randomness? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so we've got a core here. I like that you guys are building lineups with different quarterbacks here for the questions. It kind of makes it interesting that we're plugging in different lineups every time. I don't think it's a coordinated effort or anything. It's just working out that way, but I'm digging it. All right, CMC and Warren. And who else did you have in here? You've got Wilson and McBride for your double stack. Okay. Totally reasonable. More than totally reasonable. I think Jacoby Brissett stacks look really good for today just because of the condensed target share. Jacoby Brissett, Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Greg Dortch. 2 out of those 3 options, Jacoby Brissett, I think that's a really good lineup. Or even try a triple stack. I don't hate that considering the price points on Wilson and Dortch. Who else was in this? All right, just these guys. I'll just go Titans defense. Save us some salary. And $5,800 left for 2 wide receiver spots and a tight end. All right, let's just finish it out. Chase showed up. Oh, we got Dortch. Okay, cool. Let's see how this sims out because we got a Cardinals triple stack, Wilson, Dortch, McBride. We've got Christian McCaffrey as a run back. I want to see this. I do think this is going to come out really well. My guess has all been wrong so far, but I think this one comes out really well. There we go. I'm 1 for 6 on guessing how the lineups will sim out now. 104.4% sim ROI. All right, cool. I'm happy that we got to check out one of those triple stacks because that is definitely something that I wanted to try in the single lineup sim was those Cardinals triple stacks. And then Dazed. What is Dazed lineup? Flacco, Warren, Chase. Okay. A Joe Flacco lineup. Flacco, he's got Warren and Chase. Warren. Oh, Chase Brown, he said. Okay. Warren and Chase Brown. It might have been Jamar Chase also. Oh, it is. Okay, that's where I got mixed up. It says Chase Brown and then Jamar Chase, and I wasn't separating them in my head. All right. Michael Wilson, Trey McBride. All right, a lot of chalk here. A lot of chalk. Chargers D. And then he's got the 2 spots open. Let's just see who shows up in the optimize. Dortch again. I don't want to do... I'm going to take Dortch out. I don't want a Cardinals triple stack that doesn't have Brissett. That's a little much for me. So let's remove that part of the equation. We'll take Jacobs out as well. All right, so we're going to have to plug in a wide receiver of our own here, else the data is probably going to give us Greg Dortch. Let's just go Wan'Dale Robinson. Let's see if we plug in Robinson and then complete the lineup. Who shows up? All right, Woody Marks. This is interesting. I don't hate Woody Marks as a contrarian running back here. 5% owned. If that's who makes the lineup work, I don't hate that. You've otherwise got a pretty chalky lineup. I mean, you've got Warren Brown, you've got Jamar Chase, you got so many of the most popular guys on the slate here. Let's fill it out with Woody Marks and see how that comes. Yeah, pretty good. 64% sim ROI. And a FanDuel lineup from Jake in chat. Let's plug this one in, and then I'll get to your guys' super chats. We haven't done a FanDuel lineup yet, so want to make sure we get at least one of those in for the guys who are playing over on FanDuel. And then I'm going to get to the rest of your guys' super chats. If you guys wouldn't mind, because there's a bunch of questions here remaining, if you could hold off on the super chats, I appreciate all the questions in the support, but I've only got 5 minutes left to go here before I'm handing it over to Lofty and Ben. So I don't want to just be taking up all their time by building your guys' lineups. So if you guys wouldn't mind holding off on those, thank you very much for submitting them. but we're hitting our peak of what we can handle before the end of the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you're looking for more content from myself, Lofty, Ben, Josh, Eric, all the guys here, go check out Tails. Either go to tails.bet or download the Tails app. It is a totally free app to use. We post a ton of free bets there, and that is a good way that you guys could also, in addition to winning some money at DFS, get some free bets from us. Win some money there. And if you're really enjoying the Tails experience, if you could leave us a 5-star rating and maybe write 1 or 2 sentences as a review about how you're enjoying the experience, means a ton to us. Helps keep our content free. Helps us grow as well. So if you could take a couple minutes out of your day to do it, that would be perfect. All right, Jake's lineup here. It is a FanDuel lineup with JJ McCarthy. And he has got Warren and Harvey. So one of the biggest differences between FanDuel and DraftKings for this slate is RJ Harvey. Harvey is nearly min price over on FanDuel. It's not to say he isn't viable over on DraftKings, but at $5,800 on FanDuel, he's one of the better running back plays on the entire slate. He kind of falls by the wayside over on DraftKings. Like I said, not unplayable on DraftKings. He's just more of a core option on FanDuel in a different way that he is on DK. Jefferson. Ooh, all right. So you got all of the expensive wide receivers here. You got Jamar Chase, Puka Nacua, and Justin Jefferson in the lineup. Tight end, Pitts. And then you've got Dowdle to round it out. But with RJ Harvey, wait a second. Wait, I've been had again. It's happened again. The salary doesn't work. I'm looking at it. I'm like, boy, is FanDuel this soft that you could just play Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and Puka Nacua all in the same lineup? The answer is no. It looked really good on paper until I plugged it in. You got me, Jake. You got me. Did I mess something up? No. Those are all the people that were there. All right, I've been had by a lineup that doesn't fit within the salary constraints again. If you can find a way to make it work, DM me though, because I'm interested. All right, let's see. Where do we leave off here? All right, Ken's got a lineup here. Let's go and plug this in. And yeah, we'll go through the rest of your guys' lineups that you left in the super chats. We'll plug those in, see if they sim out well, and then we'll hand it over to the deep dive guys. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Jacoby Brissett, Jacobs, and Warren. Did I already plug this one in? Oh, I see. Okay. So this is where I was getting mixed up. Ken built out 2 lineups that are similar, but they're not exactly the same. I see. All right. I was looking at it. I was like, it's got the Jacobs with the apostrophe S again. And then I realized that it was just the autocorrect doing it on a different lineup of yours. All right. Jaylen Warren. So you went with Brissett in this lineup instead of Josh Allen. Okay. All right. I understand the change. I understand. T. Higgins. With all of the ownership going to Jamar Chase, I do think that T. Higgins is another interesting leverage option. He's 5% owned as compared to Jamar Chase being 26% owned. I think it's a good leverage point. What else do you have here? Ladd McConkey. I don't love Ladd McConkey in lineups that don't have Herbert. Dortch, McBride. This is going to sim out much better than your other lineup, by the way. It should, at least. Dowdle and the Titans defense. And your last lineup, it wasn't like it simmed out terribly. It just kind of lacks some upside. But this one, I think, is going to be better on that end. Because you've got an actual stack in this lineup. You've got Jacoby Brissett with Dortch and McBride. Your last lineup was Josh Allen without any stack partners. And then the next one after this, it is from Steve McGee. Yep, 44.6% sim ROI, so we improved on it a little bit. That one looks good to roll out there. That one looks good. Much better over the Josh Allen lineup. Steve McGee, we've got JJ McCarthy. We've got Warren and... Christian McCaffrey and Jaylen Warren. And then wide receivers. Ooh, Naylor. Okay. So Naylor, that's a pretty contrarian stacking partner with JJ McCarthy. What is Josh Naylor's ownership? Josh Naylor is... Yeah, 1% owned Josh Naylor. I don't know how lineups are going to sim out with him. I have noticed now that the majority of lineups that we're seeing, even if they don't have Jacoby Brissett, guys are still putting a couple of pass catchers in lineups without Brissett. I don't have an issue with that. It's just showing up more frequently than I thought it was going to in your guys' lineups. Chase, Naylor, Dortch. All right, so Chase. Then we've got McBride at tight end with Chase Brown at the flex. A lot of Chase Brown with Jamar Chase lineups too. Could just be that, you guys are more apt to just play some of the top options relative to what the field is. But usually we see people adverse to playing some of those correlated players without quarterbacks from the same team. Oh, 46% sim ROI. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure how the Naylor lineup was going to sim out because I haven't looked at any lineups with him. I don't know if he showed up in any lineups that I got in the sims. I've got 1 out of 150 lineups with Jalen Naylor. Not much, but it is something. It's one more than I thought was going to show up looking at his projection and whatnot. Goody. Another McCarthy lineup. All right. This one is McCarthy, McCaffrey, Warren, Jefferson, Robinson, Wilson, McBride, Pitts, and the Broncos defense. Now we're starting to see some lineups that look pretty similar to each other. Not that we've seen this exact lineup, but we've more or less seen, this exact lineup from other people. If this is similar to some of this, going to have like a 50-ish% sim ROI, something like that. Let's see if it holds steady with what the other McCarthy Jefferson lineups have had. Jefferson does have Wan'Dale Robinson with Michael Wilson, Trey McBride. Another 2 pass catchers from the Cardinals. Although you do have some good correlation because at least it has McCarthy in it as well. So it is serving as like a second game stack within your lineup. So I do dig that. Double tight ends, Kyle Pitts. Okay. And then Broncos D, right? Yeah, Broncos D. McCarthy, McCaffrey, Warren, Jefferson. Fits within the salary. Cool. And then one more time, just because a couple more super chats came in. I do have to. I'm already 3 minutes over time, guys. So if you wouldn't mind just holding off on some of those super chats before I hand it over to Ben and Lofty here. Oh, wow. 143.7% sim ROI. Okay. So having the secondary Cardinals 49ers game stack in addition to the McCarthy stack with Justin Jefferson, this made for the highest sim ROI we've had of any of the lineups on the entire day. So that looks really good. Shout out Goody. Yeah, it's a good looking lineup. All right. What's next? We've got here Austin. Austin is building a FanDuel lineup for us, and it is Joe Flacco. So we've got here Flacco, Dowdle, Warren, Chase, Wilson. We've got Tez, McBride, Freiermuth, and Carolina. Okay, I was not expecting Freiermuth in the flex there. Let's plug it in. Not exactly sure how this one will go. Flacco. You do have Jamar Chase paired with him. Shouldn't be too bad. I think it'll be okay. So you got Warren in as well as a run back there. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. We'll see what the Freiermuth aspect of it does, though. Might be a little bit higher if it didn't have him in it. Michael Wilson. We've got Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson projects pretty poorly for us. He's contrarian at 2% owned, but I do worry a little bit that the low ownership is going to hurt him there. Or sorry, the low projection. Then Freiermuth. How do we have Freiermuth projected? I did not spell his name correctly. We don't have him projected all that well either. There's a lot of good tight ends on the slate. It's going to be hard for me to click on Freiermuth. I think there's little adjustments you can make by taking out like Tez and taking out Freiermuth that would make this come out looking a little bit better. Panthers defense, whatever. It's a cheap defense. That's fine. Wouldn't be like my first defense to plug in, but it's not going to make a massive difference either. Yeah, negative 14.4% sim ROI. You're just going to have to rebuild a little bit. Tez Johnson, Freiermuth, I think they're going to have to come out of the lineup. By the way, this actually worked out pretty well. Lofty's power just went out, so he asked if I could kill some extra time for him. Sometimes things just end up working out. All your guys' questions, they end up being super valuable. Because now I've got some extra lineups to plug in until Lofty is available to come back. Jamal's lineup. Let's see. What does Jamal want to put in? McBride, Gadsden, Darnold, and JSN. All right. I assume this is a DraftKings lineup, Jamal? I assume. That's usually, if somebody doesn't specify which site, I tend to assume DraftKings. I could be wrong, though. I know you've asked questions before, Jamal. I just can't remember off the top of my head which site you typically play on. All right, McBride. Not a ton of players in the lineup. I see the core, though. You've got a Darnold stacked with JSN. Interesting that you decided to start with double tight end, though. I guess you just really like Gadsden, which is fine. I've got to plug him in at flex. Yeah, he is definitely underpriced over on FanDuel. $4,600. He should be more expensive there. All right, 4,900 left per spot. This is all he gave us. Let's plug in some more players for Jamal. Let's plug in some guys, and we're going to have to go a little bit cheaper here. Actually, maybe not. Gadsden's fairly inexpensive. So running back. Have we done a single lineup without Jaylen Warren yet today? I don't think so. Let's try one without Jaylen Warren. See how that comes out. So if we forego Jaylen Warren as the most popular player on the slate, I guess we still want Chase Brown. All right, let's see if we can make this work. Can we go Darnold, Brown, McCaffrey? No, it's too expensive. Too expensive. I guess we're going to have to go Jaylen Warren. If Lofty isn't back in the next couple of minutes and we go through all your guys' questions, then I'll see if I can build out a lineup that sims well without Jaylen Warren in it. Let's just complete it around this. All right, so we completed around this. Sam Darnold, Jaylen Warren, Chase Brown, JSN, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jacoby Myers, Trey McBride, Oronde Gadsden, Broncos defense. I actually really like this lineup. I think this looks solid. Yeah, 78.4% sim ROI. We're good. We're good. All right, 2 lineups left to plug in. Lofty's power just came back, so he is going to be good in a couple of minutes here. If you guys have not done yet, like the video, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to sign up for any of the packages we have here at Stokastic, link to sign up down below in the YouTube description box. So you can either sign up for any of our packages individually, or even better, take advantage of our link join offer. If you guys want to know the most cost-effective way to get in on the Sims, what's better than free? 1 free month for each of our affiliate partners you guys sign up for. Just follow all the steps on the link join page. It's super easy to follow. You sign up for a book you haven't been up yet. Make sure you do it through our link. That's going to be for tracking purposes. The link you'll see down below in the YouTube description box. And then just follow all the steps on the page. Place a bet. You send NewsGod an image of the bet. Send him an email there. Don't email the books. Email NewsGod. Stokastic, our support. Just support at stokastic.com. That's how you get in touch with us to send us the proof that you signed up and placed a bet. Super easy way. For each one of those books you sign up for, 1 free month to a single sport of your choosing for the Sims. And it also comes with access to our Discord channel. All right. Deep balls deep. All right. I like you threw in there. You really wanted to drive the point home. Balls deep wasn't enough. So you were deep balls deep. Either that or maybe balls deep was already taken. So you had to go with this name. But Purdy, Robinson, Jacobs, Jennings. All right. We haven't seen a Brock Purdy stack yet. So here's a new one for us also. Brock Purdy. Bijan Robinson, Josh Jacobs. Does this one not have Warren? All right. So I said I wanted to build one of these out, and you already took care of it for us. Here's going to be a lineup that doesn't have Jaylen Warren, and this will give us an idea. Can we have a lineup without him that sims out pretty well, considering how much our data is gravitating towards Jaylen Warren? Jennings, Dortch, Dobbs. One of the more contrarian lineups that we've had so far. And I like a lot of the guys in here. Kittle and McBride, so double tight end. Okay. And then who do you have at defense? At defense, you've got the Chiefs D. Okay. Chiefs on defense. The Broncos offense has really struggled over the course of the last handful of games. They're winning games the way the Chiefs won games last year, with magic. They play shitty and then they just win at the end. So 2% owned defense Chiefs. This didn't come out all that well, 1.6% sim ROI. I actually like this lineup, deep balls deep, a little bit better than our data. I do think the one thing here, though, that kind of does hurt it is just not having Jaylen Warren. That's going to cap some of the sim ROIs of any of those lineups without him. And here we go. Final lineup. Don't move to Texas. Okay. QB, Lamar Jackson. You've got, okay, Lamar, Etienne, Hunt, JSN, Collins, Romadunzi. You've got Mark Andrews, Tez Johnson, Giants defense. All right, so we are going to leave in all likelihood on a lineup that is not going to sim out well. There's just too many players in this lineup that do not project well at all. I think that some of these guys, like Kareem Hunt, could you make a case for him to be a contrarian play, 2% owned? Sure. It's just you have too many guys like that in this lineup altogether. And you're also just foregoing a lot of the top options on the slate to accommodate getting in all these contrarian guys. Nico Collins, you've got Dunze in here. Who knows? I've been wrong on 90% of the sim ROIs of lineups that we've plugged in that I've guessed so far today, but I don't think this one's going to come out well. But this is also the grand finale. So we're going to go out with a whimper because I have already cut into 15 minutes of Ben and Lofty's time. And the Giants defense to close us out. I did not expect anybody to plug the Giants defense into their lineup against the Packers today. If you're going to go cheap at defense, just go to the Titans instead of the Giants. 61% total ownership. That is by far the lowest of any lineup we've plugged in. It's going to have like a negative 20% sim ROI though. Or negative 61%. So there we have it, guys. We are going out clearly not on a high note, but we're already 15 minutes over time. So I have to pass this over to Lofty and to Ben. Guys, thank you all very much for watching. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, but also don't go anywhere. You got Lofty and Ben next for the deep dive. Then you got Spags and Eric on Live Before Lock to bring you guys up to lock. You don't want to miss any of that. Good luck with all your lineups. See you guys later. Peace.
Yo, good morning. Let me fix this. There we go. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Sunday, Week 11. Yeah, we got like 2 weeks until we have Thanksgiving football already. So, yeah, we're almost there. Anyway, it was 10:01. My power went out. I've just had a lovely cascade of nonsense, technically speaking, over the past couple of weeks, but we're here. Thanks to Greg for running that one a little bit long. We got 11 games, very fun slate, some weather in our wind, at least in Buffalo, that we're going to be paying close attention to. And overall, we should probably say hi to Ben Rassa here. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hello. Glad you're here. Glad to be here.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
I would have, for the whole world, I would have missed it. But I'm here as well, ready to go. Tired, late night. Got my college football was not good yesterday. MMA was all right. So we got a lot of work to do today. I don't know what's going on in Madrid. Hopefully,
3-3 game, big stuff. I'm watching the game right under here. I decided that we're going to do that today, and that's why I think it's ridiculous that anybody can't find a way to dual view both the deeper dive and these overseas games, right? Like, no reason not to watch the deeper dive for the main slate. Just do both.
yeah, you got to multitask. That's what we're about here. Yeah, the college streets were rough to me yesterday, but I'm not angry. I'm focused.
Oh,
We got
you sound like an AI script.
That's right.
We're not angry. This isn't anger. This is focus.
Straight Claude. I'm going to change my jazz rest, but to just straight call me Claude. So
You should.
we're ready to rock.
Anyway, glad to have you guys here as always. Mason, yes, better atone, my friends. Morgan, I am under the weather. I came down a little bit of a cold. I don't know about you guys. Whenever like the seasons, I'm in the Northeast. Ben is too, so he can attest to this. Whenever the seasons start to take a turn, I always get a cold. Like it's the one time each year that I can pretty much guarantee it. 2 young kids, but not even that. They're running around. They're fine. I can hear them upstairs. But yeah, it was Thursday night, Ben. I told you it's Friday morning. Like I felt the sore throat coming on, and that's always the precursor to everything for me. If that sore throat hits, I know I'm going to wake up the next morning and I'm not going to feel good. So it's just, I'm okay. Like it's mild, but it's definitely in my sinuses and stuff. Good. Pretty solid awareness there, Morgan.
Not bad. Yeah, I know how that goes. It goes throat, then I get a sinus infection. I'm a little pale for the last 5-6 years. So no, we're good. We will power through. We don't need electricity or health to talk football. And every slate's interesting, but this one is no different. There's a lot of weird things to get to.
Yeah, man. And like I said, wouldn't miss it for the world. Just I may mute it to suck some of this stuff up, and then here, let me try it right now. Ready? See if we sound any better.
Let's see how he does.
How's that? Oh, I think I do sound a little better, as a matter of fact.
It's like doing a show with a whole new person.
Yeah, just put that right down the hatch and we're ready to go. This is why we're not on ESPN. Anyway, glad to have you guys here. If you don't mind, take a second. You should be elsewhere this morning on a Sunday, but you're here. Atone for your sins. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment down below. Actually, don't do that. There's no shelf life. But definitely atone by hitting that thumbs up. Takes a single second. Subscribe. It's free, as Ben will always tell you. And we appreciate you guys always for doing that. By the way, I love the weather in the Northeast. I would never want to live anywhere else. That's a personal thing. Like I love cold weather as long as it's not sustained 30-mile-per-hour winds, which is why my power just went out.
Yeah, it's a little breezy here. Nothing too crazy. It looks like a nice fall day, honestly. So yeah, it's football weather. Honestly, Thanksgiving, it's football weather. And so why not talk a little football and set the tone?
I'm ready, man. Ray, you're not on ESPN because you're good. Thanks, Ray. Or it could be because we're not good. Either way, I like being where we are. But you ready to dive into this one? I'm rerunning The Sims right now, by the way. We had an update within like the past 40 minutes, so I want to make sure to do that. Junior Whopper, Lafayette, I live down the street from you. How do you know? But that's cool. Yeah, the wind is crazy right now, for sure. For sure. All right. We got 11 games, Ben. You ready to dive into this? A little bit of a late start. I think we can make up some ground on a couple of these games. I think you'd agree. Yeah.
There's some good ones. There's some not so good ones. Late in the season, I think it's easier to just say, I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with that team, and let's not try to make something out of nothing.
All right, let's make it happen. First off, Chicago and Minnesota. Remember I told you earlier in the week how much McCarthy thinking he'd be lower owned?
I do remember.
Well, I still like him, but I don't know if I like him as much seeing that owner. Like we both talked about it. Like, even against Detroit, they won, but he wasn't really that good. Last week against Baltimore, which I think is actually a tougher matchup now that they're healthy than a lot of people do. But still, I don't think either of us expected him to be that popular. But yeah, Greg mentioned that the props keep coming up. He's cheap. Jefferson I'll give you an insane stat with Jefferson to kind of kick this show off and get your thoughts here, because I did my perfect parlay video on OddsShopper, also posted a wild lotto ticket over on Tails that I think you guys will enjoy if you're not over there yet. But listen to Justin Jefferson's rates. There's a good way to start off these games with JJ McCarthy in 4 games. You ready for this? 31% target share, which is, high, but nothing crazy, right? This is where it gets insane. So 15 red zone targets, which is 54% of the team red zone targets, and 6 end zone targets, which is 66% of end zone targets in the 4 games McCarthy has played. Think about that for a second, dude. Like, this guy has absorbed over 50% of red zone targets and 2/3 of end zone targets. So if they are in fact moving the football, by the way, the Bears all-pro corner is not being elevated from the IR, right? So there's still a good matchup. The Bears have a lot of interceptions. I think they lead the league in interceptions, but they've allowed the 5th most passing touchdowns as well. Those type of rates for Jefferson, you know what it means, Ben? That if JJ McCarthy is wildly inefficient again, it's just a bad day. But if they figure something out, it's a spot where Jefferson could have a monster game. That's the way I view it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're both, I'm fairly certain. I bet the Vikings this morning. I believe you bet them earlier in the week.
Yeah.
So we're both on Minnesota in the game. It's a tricky offense. I'm not going to lie. I think this is more short of the Bears, but that's more on the betting side, and we can talk about that in a bit. But yeah, listen, he's cheap. He's got easy pairing options. You mentioned some of the target numbers, the red zone, all that stuff checks out. I worry a little about at times there's an efficiency balance where if the Vikings can have him throw the ball 17 times, they would gladly sign for that because it means that they're controlling and winning the game. But I don't know if they're going to have that luxury because the Bears, even though I'm not the biggest believer in them, they find a way to get these games out of control. The last couple weeks, the Bears have been one of the biggest catalysts on the slate for absolutely big time scores because of the nature of their games.
Yeah, because 4 of their 6 games, they've literally won in the final minute.
Yeah. There's been crazy touchdowns late. 3-4 touchdowns in the last 6 minutes of those games. It's nuts.
That Colston Loveland one against Cincinnati, the Caleb Williams run last week. It's great. And by the way, not against great teams either. You're talking Vegas, Cincinnati, Giants, who?
The Commanders.
Yeah. And I think that was with Mariota. Maybe not. I thought it was with Mariota.
It doesn't make a difference.
I'm a believer. I get hate for that all the time. Like when I said I'm not worried about Mills starting being behind Stroud. I don't think he's that big of a downgrade, or the Mac Jones and Purdy thing. You and I aren't saying that these guys are the same players, but the way a team is constructed, it's like certain teams are just better equipped to do that than others. And certain backups are better than others. But I think Aaron Jones also makes a lot of sense today. Greg and I talked about him a lot on Wednesday's show, in the single lineup sim show. Aaron Jones, it feels to me, and maybe I'm wrong here, and I know that when games get away from them like last week, you're just going to see a different shift in snap count because Aaron Jones is the better pass catcher. It feels like Minnesota might be souring on Jordan Mason a little bit. And if that's the case, the Bears killer, Aaron Jones, could be in a pretty favorable spot. He's 5,500 today. So I do like Minnesota. Look, do I love the ownership? No. Truth is, I don't love the ownership, Ben. But there's still something to be said about, listen, they're favored at home. They have a pretty respectable implied total. The props keep rising on these guys. Their total has come up. I like them. I like them this week.
Yeah, listen, and the thing about Aaron Jones that's really interesting, he is price-wise next to some really popular plays.
Yeah,
so
good call.
If you get him right, we'll see about Chase Brown and Warren and some of these guys. So there's a lot to like on Minnesota, both for me in the betting streets and on the DFS slate. They're a key team for me.
How do you prioritize it, and what's your favorite style of build? And also, would you just go, because I know I will, Aaron Jones lineups with nobody else from Minnesota? I'll have plenty of both. I'll have plenty of stacks. I'll have plenty of Aaron Jones. Would you go McCarthy with, say, Jefferson and Jones? That's a very interesting build. Or I'll do you one better. My favorite, you know where I'm going with this. I don't even have to say it. I know you know where. What's that?
No McCarthy.
With a Jones and Jefferson.
Yeah, you could do that for sure.
I like that.
It's 13-ish aggregate. I think all of the above, the answer is yes. In terms of priorities, Aaron Jones just outside of a Minnesota stack, very reasonable, no problems with that. If I was building a Minnesota stack, it would probably be obviously McCarthy, JJ, maybe a +1, Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, something like that. If you wanted to, you could also go skinny. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it, but I think the main things for me, because the Bears have been in such crazy games, you can build onslaught-esque things, because there are scenarios where this is 38-31 or something like that, and you want McCarthy, Jones, Jefferson, Hawkinson, all of the above,
Right.
honestly.
Yeah. The only thing I'm very curious to see what happens with this Flores defense against Caleb Williams. Like I think you could run into a situation, honestly, where Caleb Williams just struggles outright in this game. And it's tough because you have Swift and Monangai. Swift came back in and was good. You know, he returned from injury after a big Monangai game. It didn't really matter, right? Like Monangai still got some work, but Swift got a lot of work himself and was pretty competent. So I don't know. It's tough. Like Adunze had a bounce back. You have DJ Moore. I don't love Chicago all that much in this game. It's to me, I would prioritize Minnesota.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, listen, Chicago, I will say, to speak favorably of them, it seems like if they struggle, that can only help their situation in terms of volume. And if they don't, it means they're producing. The problem is the team is constructed with a ton of different weapons. They've got multiple backs. They've got a rotation on the outside, both at tight end at times and gadget receivers to alpha receivers like Odunze. You know, it's very rare to see a guy like that have 0 targets in a crazy game, and we just saw that. So I don't have a lot of Bears interest, even though I think they keep pace. I think the distribution of points for their team is horrible for this slate, and that really prevents me from getting to them.
Yeah, it feels that way. You know, I wanted to show you something. Our friend Josh Engelman just made something incredible for us on this show and for you guys. He took our boom bust data and made this amazing tool. I'm going to see if we can get this on the site, man, because it is really, really awesome. So check this out. Right? He made this boom bust tool. You can see this, right, Ben?
Yeah, if you can zoom in, because I can't see the faces.
Okay, I'll do that. So made this boom bust tool where you have boom percentage, you have leverage, ownership, all of this stuff. You can filter by team, salary range, ownership, positions, all of this stuff right here. And then when you hover over the players, you get their player cards pop up.
Oh, yeah.
And the interesting thing about McCarthy is that his boom score looks amazing today. He is negatively leveraged, but not by enough to where he's not going to look like a very good play, because that boom score, there's always a balance, right? And that boom score up there on JJ McCarthy really does look good enough at his price point to where that slight negative leverage, I don't think is going to make a huge difference today.
No, sometimes you're willing to sacrifice some of that just because of, you mentioned the boom score. And then if you look at that graph, a guy like Hawkinson, a lot of leverage,
Yes.
Don't feel as confident. So there's always kind of a balancing act there, but this is a great visual. And I played around with this over the weekend. This is just, it's repackaging the same data from some of our tools, just in a different visual layout. And I think it's cool to see that, because a guy like JJ McCarthy, to your point, he is coming in, all this is showing us, he's coming in more popular than I think we anticipated. It doesn't change how much I like him, though. He does project really well.
I agree. All right, let's keep it going here. Move it on to the next one. We've got the Green Bay Packers, New York Giants. Giants 7.5-point dogs. So the Winston starting has made no difference whatsoever. We saw Jackson Dart. I knew when he was concussed that they weren't going to play him this week, right? Because they're no longer fighting for a playoff spot. They fire their coach, Brian Dable, who I think in many respects was a scapegoat. But that's besides the point. And, I the moment that happened, I said, and I would assume you felt similarly, like you have to play Jameis Winston. There's no point of running Russell Wilson out there, especially at home.
God, no.
Give the fans the Jameis Winston experience, The lone bright spot, the lone glimmer of excitement last year for the Cleveland Browns was getting Jameis Winston out there for a few games, until once again it all unraveled, which in the case of Jameis Winston, it always does, which is why he was the third string quarterback for New York this season. But it is interesting only for one reason. does Jameis Winston have value today because he is so unpredictable? Because he truly has that gunslinger mentality. And you know, it is not an easy matchup at all. I hate rostering players, particularly quarterbacks, against the Packers. You know, they haven't been good lately. They lost to the Panthers. They scored 7 points against the Eagles, but they allowed a combined 23 total points in those games. The defense is still good. So we're not getting a lot of Winston, Ben, but we are getting a decent amount of Wan'Dale. You have no Neighbors, who, you know, obviously earlier in the season, but you also have no Darius Slayton today. So when I pull up the Sims and I see that Wan'Dale exposure, I kind of understand it.
Oh, same. I definitely have some Wan'Dale in the pool. I don't know if I'm going to have Jameis in the pool. If I do, it'll be very, very casual. This is one of these situations, and for a lot of people, they love Jameis. He's fun to play. He creates crazy variants, all that good stuff. This is the wrong matchup to me to do it, though. This is not a good situation at all. And listen, as cool as Jameis is and he does all this stuff, he was also the third string Like, I don't think he's going to be super effective today. Wan'Dale is a PPR machine, and with the wins and everything, they're going to be throwing blah, blah, blah. I like him, but I'll save us some time right now. I'm not going to giant stacks. I'll just take Wan'Dale and move on.
I'm with you. Packers defense too. I mean,
oh yeah.
I know that a lot of times you're going to end up paying up for defenses and you don't want to do it, right? I get all of that. But at 3,600, Jameis Winston, I mean, this guy could throw multiple pick sixes in a game. As a matter of fact, there was a game last year. I think it was a primetime game against Denver. I think it was against Denver. And it was. He threw like 2 pick sixes, but was also optimal. Because do you remember that game?
Not really, but it doesn't sound like anything unusual for Jameis.
Someone in chat will tell me if it was Denver. I'm pretty sure it was last year. And the game ended up being like 38-35 or just an insane score. Might have been even higher than that. And Denver had, I'm pretty sure, 2 defensive touchdowns, 2 pick sixes. So I like the Packers D. That Josh Jacobs exposure and ownership is way higher than it was earlier in the week, man. I guess I understand it. You know, you could just run him heavy in this game. You're still down significant talent in the pass catcher as far as pass catchers go for Green Bay. Christian Watson's okay. I don't know if Golden's going to play. You have Dobbs, no Tucker Kraft. That's the big one here. But yeah, I mean, maybe they just feed Josh Jacobs in this spot and he ends up having that. You know, realistically, if he had a 3 touchdown game, I wouldn't even think twice about it because he does that when they are big favorites like this, unless of course they're facing the Panthers at home.
Yeah, that's true. And no, I think, I don't know what's going on with the Packers, but this is a game you cannot drop this game. I expect a crazy workload for Josh Jacobs. I expect it to play very close to the logical path of the game, which is the Packers lean on their defense. They lean on Josh Jacobs and they just win the game, you know, uninspiring, maybe, you know, 27-10, something like that. You mentioned Watson, you mentioned Dobbs. If you told me you wanted to get to them as a one-off, as a contrarian option, I'd say, okay, I don't love it. I'm not going to get to Jordan Love. It's just a volume thing. Like Christian Watson, he's cashed in on his 4 targets every week, but you're relying on a 35-yard catch to really get the bulk of his points. And I don't know how often they have to throw. And Love has not been effective at all lately. I think he'll be fine in this game, but it's the Packers defense, it's Josh Jacobs, and it's move on.
Yep. Also, you mentioned some sprinkles of Romeo Dobbs. I think Dobbs actually looks pretty decent.
Yeah,
I know it's windy. You mentioned it earlier, but you know, Dobbs is cheap enough at 5K flat against not a good secondary for New York that, you know, he may just find some space. And he's also not somebody that you have to lean on with the deep ball. Like he can make some plays after the catch and you may just see him kind of be, I hate to use the term an extension of the run game, but if you have wins this significant, you may just see Jordan Love target him like 9 or 10 times, in which case, you know, probably pretty high probability throws. So for me, I agree, Ben. Actually, I'd put it to you like this. I prioritize these guys in the exact exposure that we're getting them, including Packers defense.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
All right, let's keep it moving here. We got a late start today, but we're all right. Carolina and Atlanta.
Here we go.
there's a part of me that likes Atlanta for a bounce back. You know, I mentioned it to you earlier in the week when we did our extended edition of the First Look strategy show, and we talked about Atlanta. Kind of don't mind this spot. Drake London's dealing with an illness. He's also got a tough matchup. You know, he'll see a lot of JC Horn. All right, look, here we go. Say what you want. Allow my friends for the booze in chat to rain down. I can handle it, and I certainly would not be. I would expect it, but I like Kyle Pitts today. I think this is just. Does it mean he's going to have a good game? No, it's Kyle Pitts. This is a good spot for Kyle Pitts. It's a good spot on paper for Kyle Pitts, and it's one where I will take advantage of it at his price point. I don't think the tight end position outside of McBride and a couple other guys, but mostly McBride, I don't think that it's like a high confidence position this week. So, Kyle Pitts to me actually is somebody that I'll have a decent amount of.
So I'm going to get Carolina out of the way. I don't like Carolina at all.
Please do. Because I don't either. And outside of Rico Dowdle, I think I'm pretty much out. Yeah,
and even with I'm not running to the window to play him either. He might be in the pool, but I prefer other mid-range backs. I kind of agree. Listen, Atlanta got smoked by Carolina early in the year. Now, it doesn't mean you automatically get revenge, but it doesn't hurt either.
They literally never advanced the ball past the 50-yard line in that game.
I was on Carolina in that game, so that worked out nicely.
I remember.
I kind of think I'm going to end up betting the Falcons again. You'll get the notification. If you follow me on Tails there, I agree with Kyle Pitts. I don't, we just talked about, Josh Jacobs is a little more popular than I expected. We haven't talked about McCaffrey yet. Obviously, we've got the mid-range backs. Is Bijan going to be lost a little bit for how good he is? Because if that's the case, this reminds me of Gibbs a little last week. Like, don't forget how good Bijan is. And I'm going to force some in. You're muted.
I am too. I plan on getting some Bijan in as well. Now, I'll say this, right? Looking at the tools and everything we have at our disposal, because I want to have these tools, guide some decisions for us today, or for me. I think they're valuable for all of you guys. Even if you're not a premium sub, you can get an idea, right? Like you see the projections up here, the ownership. To me, what's more important is our exposure, the type of leverage we're getting, and all of that stuff. Rico Dowdle is still a guy that. I'm running 4 uniques on this Sims run, Ben. 10,000 player field, 20% the first. Running 4 uniques. But then I pulled up the boom bust tool, right? And Rico Dowdle really does pop. Like, this guy is all the way up here. He has an optimal rate. He has almost 5% leverage on this slate because of that 18% ownership, 23% optimal score, and a near 20% projection. Last week was underwhelming, but the volume is still there. So honestly, looking at this, I do think that Rico Dowdle is somebody that we, like you said, he would be in the pool, but maybe not somebody that you're getting a ton of. I think Rico Dowdle is probably someone that I get more of than I thought I would, just seeing some of these rates.
Interesting. And maybe I will. Again, I'm going to run the Sims, and if he's being, and even with uniques, if he's popping up a lot, maybe I get a little more than I anticipated. I still don't like the spot for Carolina at all. So that will factor in. I certainly won't be manually boosting him, but I may not also, knock him down at all. Pitts, Bijan, London to me is the toughest because you mentioned tough matchup. That guy is one of those guys, though.
I know.
He just thrives on tough matchups in some ways. He's been unbelievable.
He really has been matchup proof.
Yeah, no, he is. Again, there's 15 wide receivers that can make the case for the top 5 best receivers in this league. It's ridiculous.
The fact that I'm getting pretty much with the field on him, though, and you can see it right here in the Sims, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not. This is the type of guy this week. I don't really feel like I want to take a stand on him. Okay. Like, I'll probably get around the field and be okay with that. Now, I am overweight to Kyle Pitts, which makes sense. And also, I don't hate that. Like, if I'm not going to be overweight to Drake London, because I don't believe that this Carolina defense is legitimate. I don't. They've had a couple really solid games this year. I'm still not buying into the Carolina Panthers as a team collectively. Maybe you are. That's okay. But I like Kyle Pitts this week, and I'm with you. I'm going to boost. Bijan will be the one guy I boost a bit, but also not a ton maybe because he is still getting ownership. Like he's 18% owned right now in this last Sims run I did. The pool ownership is almost 18%. So it's not like Bijan's going overlooked because of McCaffrey's and because of the Jalen Dowdles or Rico Dowdles and the Jalen Warrens and the Chase Browns and those types. He's still getting some ownership, but I'm with you. I do like him. I don't think I really end up on anything outside of those guys. I mean, I have 2% Mooney, but Mooney has been real. I mean, him and Michael Penix have zero chemistry in that Atlanta offense.
Yeah, it's Atlanta one-offs for me. We did have a super chat from Jason. Appreciate it. Question on a slate where the QBs are flattened out with a lot of 5 or 10 percenters. Do you prefer going slightly over under or picking 4 or 5 and running with them? To me, it doesn't really change a ton. You're able to get slightly over more guys like that. You don't have to make as aggressive stands, but if I really like a couple guys, it just means I'll have even more leverage on them relative to the field. So I don't really change my approach there, to be honest.
The Los Angeles Chargers, Ben.
Yes.
Are 3-point road favorites against the Jaguars. The Jaguars team who just coughed up a massive lead last week to Davis Mills and the Houston Texans. That was a very fun game, by the way. The Chargers, I mean, the most recognizable game for the Chargers against the Jags was what?
The playoff game?
They were up by like 24 points or something.
It was something insane.
Right? And the Jags come back and win that.
That's what these teams do. Both of them.
Every time. The Chargers, and they were under Brandon Staley at that point, weren't they?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was Brandon Staley. And if it was, you just knew it was coming. So this is a fun matchup, man. It's not a game that I actually have a good read on from a betting perspective. I didn't bet this game. Did you bet this game? Did you post anything on Tails for this one?
No, and I don't. I may have, I'll be doing my anytime touchdown parlay, which I'm going to victory lap at some point because I hit it last week. Someone from this game maybe, but I'm not betting aside.
Neither am I. And even as far as like the exposures go, I don't think I'm going to make any significant adjustments. I am surprised, though, that we're getting 1.3% Kamani Vidal. Just knowing Kamani Vidal's usage recently, I'm a little bit surprised by that one fact. I know his props don't look great. Jacksonville's run defense hasn't been all that bad. But like Haskins is on the IR. Hampton's still on the IR. Najee's done for the season on the IR. And Jared Patterson was essentially unused last week. Kamani Vidal, the snap share between these two players last week was 93% of snaps to Vidal and 5% to Patterson. 68 snaps to 4 for Patterson. So then the question is like, is it Vidal's lack of upside right now in the passing game that kind of tamps down the exposure here and makes him not look as good? But he is still sub $6,000. And Jacksonville as a whole is not the greatest team. My guess is their offense, I can't say for sure, obviously, but probably continues to struggle. It's a weird spot for me where I was a little bit surprised we weren't getting at least around like 10%. And Brian Thomas is not expected to play either. So yeah, it's a weird spot to me.
It's a weird game. It is one where, again, I'll have some exposure. I forced in some Herbert and Chargers stacks, particularly with Ladd, but you've got that. And, early in the week, Lofty, I thought there was a real chance that your boy, the tight end, would not play in Gadsden, but it seems like he's fine unless I'm missing something.
I did not think I even told Greg on Wednesday that I didn't think he was going to play. No, he's fine. He was off the injury report by Wednesday afternoon.
Full. So, that changes some things. And I think Vidal, and not even in a way I mean this where you shouldn't play him, but I think his expected projected ownership is a casualty of the slate. There's a lot of backs right at that number. And so I don't think it's anything that he's doing wrong, more so just the situation there. And then you mentioned on the Jacksonville side with their, I don't even know, cast of characters on the outside. I don't see myself getting to them in any stacking purposes with like Lawrence or anything, but I will use some honestly, ETN in that backfield is another 5K running back.
Yeah, I agree. I prefer Vidal over ETN though.
I do not.
And we're not yeah. Travis Etienne's still competing with other players on his team in the backfield. I mean,
yeah, because they've got my guy. Yeah,
my guy's ankle is facing the wrong direction out there in New York. But no, look, we're getting Travis Etienne. I mean, look how much Travis Etienne we have, 21%. So, I mean, like your thinking right now is far more aligned with the Sims than mine is. I will say that much, right? Like we're getting 21% ETN. We're getting no Kamani Vidal. And I'm not saying I want to get super overweight to Vidal. I just was surprised. A guy that had 25 carries last week, Ben. Like he's literally dominating all of the backfield touches in LA. Typically, when you see a guy like that in any matchup at sub 6K, you usually get more of them than we are.
No, that is very true. And I may be momentarily paying you back for the first look show here because it is raining wind somehow where I am. So enjoy that when you're doing the solo in about 5 minutes. But yeah, listen, the workloads check out and whatnot. I have no issues with it. And it's true. I am more aligned there, which I don't think is a bad thing, but it also speaks you have natural leverage points and I don't on this game.
Yeah. Although I do want to get to a good amount of Gadsden for sure.
I used him with Herbert.
What's that?
I used him in some Charger stacks.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, again, look at the boom bust data that we have. Kamani Vidal, 8% owned, 4.5% optimal. He's very negatively leveraged today. So maybe I will have to pivot here. It's entirely possible this is a spot where I'm just not right on. But there you have it. Gadsden, 14% owned, 12.5% optimal. So slight negative leverage, but it doesn't really matter because where we're projecting him at his price point at 4,600, that's just, can we agree he should be, I mean, Gadsden should be, actually, no, what is Gadsden? Is that price point wrong?
He's 46, I think.
Oh, he is. No, he is 4,600.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he was 5,300 2 weeks ago, and then last week got banged up, was 51. He's down to 4,600. So it's just a good price point. I wish I was getting to more of the Chargers pass catchers here after what we've seen. I mean, we've seen the Jacksonville secondary get beat up a lot. Is there any clear path though? Like you have McConkey, you have Quentin Johnston, who's expected to play. You have Keenan Allen. Feels like Gadsden's price point is the reason we get more of him, because when you have to guess between all of these guys, do we just guess for the guy that's a lot cheaper than everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the widest room to get there and whatnot. I think you can make the case that the game could devolve where the volume is increased and these guys can get there, because I don't fear the Jaguars defense at all. They low key, that game last week was ridiculous. That's only something the Jaguars could do. And if it wasn't the Jaguars, it would be the Chargers, ironically. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I am going to make the case there, but it's a game with a lot of, I think, decent plays, but there is not one guy from this game where I'm like, I feel super confident. It's a very, very wide range of outcomes type game.
All right, so do this. I'm going to give you favorite three plays from this game. And would you stack it? Would you run it back like a skinny Justin Herbert with Gadsden with like an ETN run back or something? You would.
Yes. Yeah. Favorite plays for this game is ETN, Ladd, and Gadsden.
Okay. Free bands. We are ranked 32nd in pass defense. Jaguars suck, and I'm a Jags fan. Yeah, dude, their pass defense has been rough. It really has. And yeah, look, weather in Jacksonville couldn't be better. It's typically pretty decent weather there. So I don't know. This is just one of these games that you mentioned. I think it could evolve into a shootout. And if it does, I don't think it's going to be that popular of a game at all. I want to check one thing before we move on to the next game. So the highest owned player right now for the Chargers, we have like 12% Gadsden. And then for Jacksonville, the highest owned player, 12% ETN. That's not a lot, Ben, at all. I mean, that is extraordinarily low ownership across the board, collective ownership.
Yeah, Myers, I think, is fine. I put him in the bucket with some of those generic pass catchers like Dobbs that we talked about in a previous game. He's fine. I don't love it. Shout out to our friend Kyle Heck. Laffy, you see this message? First child. Congratulations.
Oh, look at that. Lavi just had my first child Friday morning. Ocean Zachary. Let me get a quick shout out for some good luck and we'll take down this million. Congrats. I appreciate you doing that so I can take down the millie. But in all seriousness, Kyle, congrats, brother. That's awesome. It's life-changing, man.
Winning the millie would be life-changing. There's no doubt about it. So that would be awesome.
There we go. All right. We're about to get to one of the more wild games of the week, maybe the most wild game of the week. But before we do, I would like to point out that for those of you guys who have been clamoring to get access to The Sims, I get questions, I'm no joke, DMs every day, which is fine. Laffy, do you have any promos for The Sims right now? Any promos? There are not currently any promos for The Sims, but there is a way to get The Sims for free, okay? Malcolm, by the way, I took a big shit this morning, Laffy. Let's get that money. Yeah, me too, dude. You have to. You can get The Sims Core for free. It's $130 value if you were to see what I mean? Did he say that though in response to me, or was that?
Oh no, because as you can see, what did I say? You can get them for free.
See what I'm saying, man?
Look at that.
I think some people don't know that this exists. We had week 10, by the way. Dude, monster wins. $200,000 for Paul Winford, $30K for Peter. The Sims are crushing. John, our boy John, another one, $50K. Fill it up again. Thank you for the $50K takedown. Loving the tools at Stokastic. And then what is that? JT Mac is what it says. Yeah. Sims continue to be the best. Like, this is from week 10, man. This is week 10. And if you haven't done so, there is a link in the description that will take you right here, Ben. This is where it's going to take you. All you have to do is sign up with any of our partners. Some of them are available in 40 plus states. Like Onyx is a sweepstakes book with a great bonus over there. Better is one where you can get in non-legal states, right? Like a DFS pick'em, sleeper, underdog, DraftKings pick 6. Ben, all you got to do is click claim offer. Otherwise, we can't track it. You got to click claim offer. I've had people be like, "Oh, I forgot to do that, but I signed up." It doesn't work. You know, we want to help you guys. This will get them to you for free. Seriously, you sign up, deposit. It's a 5 or 10 minimum deposit on all of these. Plus, though, a lot of them are giving you bonus bets or match deposits up to 100%. Then just take screenshots of your welcome email and your first settled bet or pick 'em lineup after you've placed it. And email us, not the books. Email us at support@stokastic.com and tell us what you want. So all you got to say is, hey, I signed up for 3 of these. Can I get 2 months of NFL and a month of NBA? I signed up for Caesars, Onyx, and Fanatics. Boom, you got it. I mean, it's just simply, Ben, when people ask us, direct them here. We'll run promos sporadically. There's no doubt about it. We do often. But why not take advantage of this now? Simplest way to get in. And we've had so many people that have hit us up and have hammered big wins on total low stakes contests. Because, you know, you're low stakes players and you couldn't afford the Sims, or not even afford them, but you didn't want to pay that much out of pocket because your bankroll wasn't where you wanted it to be. And you ended up taking down these type of contests. So that's all there is to it, brother.
Look at that. Yeah, people are taking advantage of it, and it's one of the best ways to do it. So again, we want to make this stuff available. We want to build this community, and seeing all the screenshots pour in week after week just validates what we're about here. So take advantage of that. Super simple process.
Yeah, and look, we want you to win. It's good for us too when you win.
Great.
I can promise you that. You know, it's, they're doing this, and it's like, we want you to win. When you win, it helps us, right? We all understand how this works. It helps you and it helps us.
Megamind Genius Parlay. Nathan Joyce, my good friend.
Nathan, what's up, brother?
I got you covered. Don't worry.
All right, give us the Megamind Genius guaranteed touchdown parlay from. I got one too, dude. I got one at 160 to 1.
This is better time than always. I hit mine last week because Jerry Jeudy scored a touchdown.
I know.
Thank you.
Hold on a second. I gave you big time props for that all week long. Good. For what it's worth.
I wasn't around. I'm here now, so it was fantastic. Then we got everything else over the line. I don't even remember who else was in there, but
it was Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh yeah, Amon-Ra late. It was another like real legit high-end player.
Yeah. You had two pretty, like, not layups. Nothing's ever a layup, but
No,
two
but
minus money guys
yeah, and then
and a plus money guy.
I need to do that again today, and that's what we're going to work on.
When I saw that Judy touchdown, I was real happy for you, man. That was great. Plus, I was overweight on him in DFS.
So was
Made
I.
no difference for
with
me.
Justin Fields. Great job, everybody from the Jets.
What's that?
I said I paired him up with Justin Fields in that game to just destroy all my Judy shares.
Do that.
That was bad.
Anyway, Cincinnati at Pittsburgh. So you have no Samaje Perine, and he was actually getting a good amount of work on the ground. And then what happened last week when Perine went out after one snap, Ben? I will tell you what happened when Perine went out after one snap. Chase Brown played 96% of snaps. He played 65 of 68 offensive snaps in this game. It's not the best run game matchup, but Chase Brown was targeted, I think, like 14 times there. Do I anticipate that being the case today? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. But if you're going to be on the field as much as Chase Brown has been on the field, particularly with Perine out, it's going to be a difficult spot to not want to get to any of. I mean, again, I could tell you this a million times and it'll never change. Yes, certain players can get there on lower volume, particularly like wide receivers, but still the running back position, volume will always be king. It's just the volume is king. And I don't care if Chase Brown has a bad game today. If you tell me that he played another 80+% of snaps, right? 90+% of snaps, 95+% like we saw last week, it's just a good spot regardless if the volume is going to be there, especially with this offense being good and the defense being so much of a sieve that the offense is forced to throw to the running backs. The offense can score, but they have to score. So I'm not surprised whatsoever that I'm getting a good amount of Chase Brown today. That volume is really tough to come by for a guy that is sub 6K by a decent margin.
Great volume, dynamic volume. And what I mean by that is he can catch the ball, so he can't really be phased out of his volume, which is a huge aspect. There are some running backs, 25 touches, unless they fall behind, and then they're standing on the sidelines. Chase Brown, that's not the case. So, yeah, Derrick Henry.
Hell, Quinshon Judkins.
There's a lot of them. Jamar Chase, obviously, if you want to go there. I'll say this. T. Higgins, I think, is an interesting pivot. Is he my favorite Bengal? Clearly not. Chase Brown's in a better spot. Jamar Chase is Jamar Chase. But T. Higgins is projecting around, it says on our screen, just north of 5%. Talking about 150 ownership. This is a guy with multiple touchdown upside. We just saw this. He, might be in my anytime touchdown parlay over on Tails, but he might be in some of my lineups. I'm going to probably run Bengals independently of Flacco, though. I don't love the stack. I prefer one-offs.
Some injuries to this team, too. Holcomb, Highsmith is out. Slay is out. Deshaun Elliott's back. What's that?
It's just a mess.
Yeah. Elliott's back on the IR. Like they've got some legitimate injuries. I will say though, as long as TJ Watt's out there, like that dude is such a game wrecker. I mean, he is what he did against the Indianapolis Colts, like almost single-handedly on defense, was one of maybe the best defensive performance I've seen from anyone all season long.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys. He can actually tear apart the game. Can you play both running backs in this game? I think you can because they both can catch the ball. Of course, so I don't mind that.
Of course you can. Yeah, of course. Chase Brown, and Jamar Chase, sure. Higgins is fine. I just feel like he should be sub 6K, Ben. I don't mind him, but he's also going to be getting little ownership in a game that has a pretty high total. I mean, shit. When's the last time we saw a Steelers Bengals game with a 49-point total like that?
It's a new world, brave new world.
That's a big number, man. That is a big number for these two teams. Remember, they used to be in the 30s, easy in the 30s. Pittsburgh, though, another spot. Jaylen Warren, tough to get away from. It's a good matchup. The Bengals defense is, I mean, they're putrid, essentially anywhere. They're just bad. I mean, Mike Tomlin, Greg and I had this discussion on Wednesday because he was talking about how, why do coaches say we need to get a player the ball more? when you are the coach and you could just get him the ball more. There's a part of me, because Mike Tomlin was saying that about Jaylen Warren and then suggesting they are going to get him the ball more, which, by the way, he had 14 carries to 0 for Kenneth Gainwell last week, although Gainwell had one more target, 3-2 over Warren. But there is a part of me that thinks maybe Mike Tomlin was kind of indirectly talking to Arthur Smith there. Like, because Arthur Smith has still been in the league a long time, right? He still calls a lot of these plays. He still makes a lot of these decisions. I wonder if Mike Tomlin's like, yo, you got to get this dude the ball more.
Yeah, and I think we do see that. Goody mentioned top of the game, super chat etiquette about both QBs are dusty. I agree with that.
He is Mr. Super Chat etiquette, by the way.
He really is. Could this be a game where you go a super stack? If I stack it up, I actually prefer the Pittsburgh side. I don't know if you want to call it a super stack, but right there, Rodgers, Warren, and DK Metcalf. It's cheap. It's effective. You have obvious run backs on the Cincinnati side. If you told me you wanted to go to Flacco +2, I get it. They're both statues. You're getting all your points through the stack, but I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with, outside of playing tight end roulette, I think you can go to any of these weapons for the Steelers. I don't think I want to choose between Freiermuth or Jonnu and then have Darnell Washington, Calvin. There's too many other weapons.
I would play some Freiermuth, though, at 32.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would not.
This Bengals team is remarkably bad. And I'm not a big like DVP guy, defense versus position, but considering Pittsburgh does use them a lot, they're remarkably bad against tight ends this year. You know, the second worst team in the league has allowed 7 touchdowns to tight ends. 3 of them have, actually. New York Jets, Miami Dolphins, Jacksonville Jaguars. The Bengals have allowed 12 touchdowns to opposing tight ends this season. 12. What's that?
It sounds like a guy that might be in the anytime touchdown parlay, maybe.
As a matter of fact, they allowed 3 touchdowns to tight ends last time they faced the Steelers. And I bet Freiermuth at +750 on tails, had Darnell Washington up on tails. He hit as well. I did not have Jonnu, but you had 3 different tight ends from that game hit. Freiermuth actually had a monster game. I think at 3,200, he's actually viable, man. I really do. Freiermuth's actually a very good pass-catching tight end as well. And I know that at times he's been phased out and kind of non-existent there. He's seen his snap count rise back up. He's still going to run a decent amount of routes. I kind of do like him, and I don't hate Calvin Austin either. I mean, I'll say it again. This Cincinnati team is so bad that I think there's leverage on a Calvin Austin over a Michael Wilson, who's going to be 3-4 times the ownership today.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, we just had a question about that in terms of cheap cash locks today. Certainly the running backs in this game and the Arizona wide receivers are going to be very, very popular. You mentioned Michael Wilson and Dortch. So if you wanted to pivot, maybe this is a team to do that. You're selling me. I hadn't really considered these guys. Maybe I'll take a look and see, but the Freiermuth thing, I might go there and structure, because all his points realistically are coming through the touchdown, I would say. I don't know how he gets there without scoring, so I might just isolate it in the betting market.
Just think of it this way, right? Not you specifically, but anybody listening. No one's saying you got to play Freiermuth, you got to play Calvin Austin. What I am saying is that I do think whenever you're facing a Cincinnati defense, and you could potentially get some leverage on Calvin Austin, who is going to be involved, or a Pat Freiermuth, you know, I think it's an interesting way to do it if this game once again ends up being another like 40-38 type of game that Cincinnati's been locked into essentially every week, Ben. So that's more so the way I look at it. I don't want to just write players off because it's not Metcalf or Warren, when this has been a team that has been more than willing to spread the ball around, has been willing to get tight ends involved. And we saw them literally get all 3 tight ends outside of Hayward. So Smith, Washington, and Freiermuth touchdowns in that last game against Cincinnati. It's only one game, but it goes to my point of, like, if a guy's open and everyone's open against Cincinnati, there's more than just Metcalf and Warren in this game. And I don't want to fully ignore that. That's where I'm at here.
That's fair.
All right. Favorite way to play this? You could go mega stacks.
You could. It wouldn't be my favorite way to play. My favorite way to play it is to take the obvious weapons on Cincy and maybe mix it up a little more on the Steelers with a guy like Metcalf. Jaylen Warren is one of, if not the best plays on the slate. He's going to be crazy popular. He should be.
It's true. And he's also good. Like he's finally
he's a good player.
Yeah, he's finally beginning to get some of the work that he deserves. But let's not ignore also secondary stack availability in this spot, in this game.
Little twist.
You call it a twist, I call it a secondary stack, but it, we converge to find ourselves in the same place. It's like if you said, all right, well, I have Warren and Chase Brown, but I don't have Rodgers or Flacco, or I have, Jamar Chase and Metcalf, good. Like this is not a game where you need to have the quarterbacks, especially when it's Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers. I know Joe Flacco's played great. He's been great for us this year, for sure. But I don't think you have to only get exposure to this game if it's some variation of a stack at all. You could play this in a million different ways.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's see what we can go here. Keep doing. Let me see if there's any comments we've got that I've missed. JV, let's have a day. Drop some heaters over on Tails. JV handles all the production over here on the videos, editing all of those, handling a lot of different stuff for us. Does a fantastic job. So shout out.
And he's been on it on. We got a lot of people in chat on Tails. Narco, my guy for MMA. He made me a lot of money yesterday. With
is he the best MMA guy out there?
I mean, he's the one I put my money behind. So we have a lot of really sharp guys out over on Tails, and with the big UFC card yesterday, I tailed a bunch of bets, but he bailed me out of some bad college football yesterday. So appreciate that.
Yeah, man. So shout out to Narco. Check him out. Go follow him over on Tails. 100%. You should do that. Check out his VIP stuff as well. And profitable, and we know it, which is, that's a good thing to have in your back pocket. All right, Tampa and Buffalo. What do we do with the wins here, Ben? Because there is a part of me that I just want to say I'm playing Josh Allen in every lineup. Like I really, like, I would almost be okay with just losing everything because I have a ton of Josh Allen today. I don't want that to happen, obviously, but I can't sit back and think that after you see the Patriots win another game, right, on Thursday night, Jets covered, by the way. I got a ton of hate for that, but it moves past 13. You got to take the Jets, man. You got to. They're so undisciplined. Remind me on Tuesday to talk about the Jets when we do the first look show, because everyone can talk about the absence of talent in Justin Fields and the defense and Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams gone. Is that not the most undisciplined football team? I mean, seriously, you can't line up. You can't get the playoff in time on 3rd and short or 4th and short. Like you take defensive holding penalties where like it's a run play. And it's just some of the craziest things I've seen with that team. It makes no sense to me. And, Robert Saleh couldn't get them right. Aaron Glenn clearly has not been the answer. I had to say that. I bet them and they covered, but they should have covered by more. Not that that matters. What I'm saying is it shouldn't have been a sweat. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't have had to worry about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad teams out there, college and pros. This is a tough game. You mentioned the wind. I think it is a factor. Tampa Bay, I don't know. I really, really liked them last week. I was pretty damn convinced that they would handle New England, and New England might just be that good. Because late in the game, Baker tried to rally, but it's tough. A guy like Tez Johnson, maybe if there was if you're playing early only, or if there was like a 4-game slate, I could make a case. I don't know if I want to get to them on the full slate. Rachaad White, I think, is pretty boxed out of a deep running back pool. I don't have a lot here. We'll talk about Keon Coleman. We'll talk about Josh Allen, but it's not a great game. It's a better real life game than fantasy game.
I disagree.
Really?
I just, like, Josh Allen has proven a million times in the past that he's still capable of fully breaking slates.
Oh, I'm fine with Josh Allen.
And he's getting 5% ownership, man. Oh, okay. You're saying the game as a whole?
I'm saying the game in terms of like if I play Josh Allen, and I will, it may be naked or at most like with Shakir or Kincaid singles, like not any type of onslaught with a run back and I have a 3-2. I don't see that for this game. Josh Allen's Josh Allen. He could have 3 rushing touchdowns.
Dude, here's the winning stack right now. Josh Allen and Gabe Davis being elevated from the practice squad. History with the team, familiarity with the offense. The pass catchers have been terrible this season. Khalil Shakir is not special. And Galton Kincaid is out once again. Yo, watch this happen. Watch Josh Allen to Gabe Davis. Dawson Knox. Yeah?
I mean, again, this is why I don't love I built a couple Josh Allen teams this morning, and it started out with just Josh Allen. Then I had Allen and Knox. Then I had Allen and Shakir. I didn't. It's really difficult, and even with Coleman inactive, which obviously that experiment does not seem to be working, it doesn't thin it out that much. It wasn't like he was a target machine. So I worry about this situation. It kind of reminds me of the Chargers a little bit.
Man, Chris Rodriguez almost broke a huge run right there.
I bet him because that would not help me at all.
I used him on my boost for a touchdown.
I have like 9 anytime touchdown scores. I don't think any of them have cashed because I believe there are no touchdowns in the game.
So far in Madrid, no, they've got a real barn burner on their hands. Dude, he almost broke that shoestring tackle. Damn. But yeah, the fact that we're not getting Keon Coleman today is very weird, isn't it? I mean, it's very, very strange. I don't know what to. Who the hell that is very odd. No, somebody just sent me a message. I don't know who they are, but they sent me a video of Bush performing Glycerine in 1999 Woodstock back in 2022 because I don't delete my messages. And now they just send me a contact out of nowhere. And I don't know who this person is. Odd, huh? By the way, great performance at Woodstock 99 for those of you who have not checked it out. Very, very good.
Now I need Waddle to score. I have Debo in my anytime touchdown parlay. 1 down. Let's go.
Debo did just score, or did he get?
Well, I don't know unless Chad is.
He did. It looked like he was down at like the 1 inch line, but he is in fact in. This is good. I bet Washington money line here, and when I did that, someone on one of my videos said, "I've seen enough. I won't be coming back."
Yeah, that person seems like they got it all going on in life.
The first 2 games I had were the Jets, who I was betting, and the Commanders, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm good on that." But anyway. Seriously, if you're playing in the Millie, do you think it is insane to get a little bit of Gabe Davis?
I mean, when you're talking about if you're playing 150 and you want, 3 shares of him, no, but I will not have any Gabe Davis, no.
Okay. I may have one lineup and I might do it in the SPY, or I might do something weird where Gabe Davis is in there. We'll see.
You might isolate him, so.
Look, I will have some Josh Allen. That's all I'm gonna say. Like I'll have some Allen and some Shakir. I know the weather sucks, but I don't know, man. Josh Allen is simply too talented for them to lose. I mean, if they lose this game, it's a problem.
I mean, if they lose this game, they're going to lose. They might lose the division anyway, but if they lose this game, they're going to lose the division.
They're like 3.5 back right now or something crazy.
I mean, they have, yeah. We're pressed for time, so I won't dive into those scenarios, but yeah.
We're okay. There's a couple games we're going to be able to get through pretty quickly. But anyway, James Cook is the spot. It's really tough to run up the middle against Tampa Bay. If you saw it last week, we saw, Trevion Henderson run outside and break 2 big runs against them. I'm not saying Cook can't do that. But let's just assume they can't really get the run game going with Cook. It just may be in Josh Allen's hands. So some Shakir there. Assuming we get the actual inactives and Keon Coleman is out, we're going to have that very soon. Make sure to stick around for Live Before Lock because Spags and Eric will take you up to 1, and they'll have all of that information. They can hit you guys with it. Ben and I got a late start today on the show. Greg had some super chats coming in late, and my power went out because of the wind here in the Northeast, which we're talking about now. Tampa Bay is the spot I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of today, Ben.
No, me neither. Again, I think it is kind of a sneaky tough matchup. It's a sneaky garbage. It's windy. It's in Buffalo. That does matter. And their price points are not great. Like, I think Kate Otten is fine just because if they're trailing and they need to throw, he did this last week. He can kind of just like get peppered with targets, but I don't have much to say on Tampa. I root for Tampa. I like Tampa. There's not going to be any Baker stacks for me today.
I need to point one last thing out to you about this game, though. And I don't think either of us mentioned it, but I do think it's very important. The Buffalo Bills today, because we talk about wind and we talk about the impact of all of this stuff, and it is all totally reasonable. But still, Ben, the Buffalo Bills are tied for the highest implied total on this slate with the Pittsburgh Steelers at 27. They still are at 27.
It's just the nature of the points, though. Josh Allen might isolate like 14 of those points himself. And now what? That's where.
But you get what I'm saying, right? There's still potential. It's still a 46.5 point total, and they still have a 27 point implied.
I'm not calling this game to be 13-3 at all. I'm just saying that it doesn't help that the construct of the Bills right now is a super expensive rushing quarterback.
Yep. I get it.
But he's amazing. Josh Allen, I'm playing some Josh Allen. I want to be clear. It's just not the easiest build.
Okay. Arcadel's in Miami's going to mess around and lose this game. I can see it already. I hope they do. But also, it's a 2.5 point spread in a neutral field. Like, these teams are way more even than you think. Just because the Commanders got smoked and the Dolphins had a good game last week, Ben, these teams are so even, man. Neither of them are any good. Yeah,
they're both terrible.
They're both terrible. All right, let's keep it moving here. Let's talk about the Houston Texans and the Tennessee Titans. See, this is one where I don't think I'm going to have to spend a whole lot of time on. I will actually start this with the Tennessee side, Ben. I'm okay getting some Titans defense. Whoa, maybe not that much. But I am okay absolutely getting $2,300 Titan defense. You can't convince me otherwise that at home they're not a perfectly reasonable play. I'm not, however, I don't think, because I was, the stand. I loved Davis Mills. Remember, we were on this show, and I believe it was Jeff Williams said, if Davis Mills has a good game, are you going to victory lap? And I said, of course I am. And he's like, will you be open to criticism if he doesn't? Yeah, obviously, I'm right here, and you guys have the chat, so sure, I'd be open to criticism. He ended up being a phenomenal play, along with Nico and along with Dalton Schultz, and the dude that took down 200K with the Stokastic avatar over on FanDuel showed us the lineup and credited us with some help. He had a double Mills stack with Nico and Schultz. I don't love it this week. I feel like I caught lightning in a bottle last week. I don't really want to go back to the well this week. And that's why this game in general is one where, sure, I'll have a little Nico. I might sprinkle in some Woody Marks because it appears that D'Amico Ryans wants to get him more of the ball, although their offensive coordinator says last week him getting 80% of the snaps wasn't actually the plan, which is a little odd, right? Given that Nick Chubb only played 10 snaps in that game. I still will get to a little bit of Woody Marks because I think he's good. And Tennessee has allowed more rushing touchdowns than any team in the league. Overall, not a game I'm getting much of.
No, the total, Tennessee is terrible. If you want to isolate one of the two Houston weapons, and I mean Nico or Woody Marks, I won't push back on that, but I'm not going to stack them, and I'm not even sure they're not my favorite at their respective price points. They're still playable, but I prefer other guys at 54 or 67.
Give me a little Woody Marks, though, in these large field tournaments, because I know you might not, but if I am right, or not even right, but if it is true that D'Amico Ryans is staying, because D'Amico earlier this week in a radio show interview, I believe, was like, look, the rookie tag is off. These guys, and he did mention Higgins and Jalen Nolan, those guys, but he mentioned Woody Marks a couple times. If Woody Marks, because we know that Nick Chubb is, as much as I've loved that guy in the past, Woody Marks is still not, Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is not good anymore. No. Woody Marks is a much better player. If it turns out that he does get the lion's share of opportunities here in a game where they're a big road favorite, I want a little bit of that at 4% ownership right now.
I mean, yeah, that is fine. It's a bad game though. I don't think that's one I'm too worried about.
I don't disagree. What are you doing with Seattle and the Rams? And I'm genuinely asking you because I want to know. No, really, this game's tough for me. Like, it's two really good teams with really good offenses and really good defenses. It's a 48-point total in a divisional spot, right? everything about this game is difficult, man. JSN is amazing, but he's super expensive. Puka Nacua, similarly, tough spot, very good though. Devontae Adams is expected to play. Rashid Shaheed has entered the fold. Torrey Horton is out. Who knows? Maybe Rashid Shaheed has a great game. You should ladder him, by the way, just in case. I don't want to go to the Walker and Charbonnet spots, so that's not something I'm really worried about. Kyron Williams is another guy, but Blake Corum's starting to get a lot more work as well. So to me, really, what are you doing with the passing game? Because I'm not too worried about the ground game here. Famous last words.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the ground game either. I am worried about this game more so that it's tough. It's tough to get to these guys because it's a great real life game. It's a super talented set of teams. The money that you need to allocate, though, if you're going to do it, it's like, to me, it seems like you want to go get the guys. And to do that, that's a huge opportunity cost. And when I say the guys, JSN, he had, I think it was like 4 for 80 and a touchdown before that game devolved, and it devolved in the first quarter. He got a little banged up and they didn't really need him. Puka is equally unbelievable, but those guys are mid $8,000 price points. So it's not a game that I'm looking to stack, but these are the type of players that there's not that many of them in the league. They can single-handedly end the slate because they can go to just get 40. And so that's not a great answer because I don't have a great answer. I hope to be able to survive with roughly around the same amount of JSN and Nacua as the field, and I hope that they have somewhat middling games.
I know it sounds like you're kind of just straddling the fence there.
Yeah, because I am. I don't want these guys to define.
No, I'm with you because that's how I feel too. I can't get I don't have a good read on them today. JSN has 101 yard receiving prop, which is still insane, but 8,900. The Rams are good. The Rams have a good pass rush. Yeah, and you look at Seattle. I think both of us would agree, right, that this Seahawks team is good. I don't think there's any denying that. They're a good football team. But, Arizona, Washington, Houston at home for Seattle, Jacksonville. They lost to Tampa. They had Arizona again. They almost coughed up that lead. The Saints, the Steelers, sure. The Niners, they lost to the Niners. They haven't had a very difficult schedule so far this year. Now, they've crushed a lot of these bad teams, and that's all you can ask them to do, right? You can only play the teams that are on the schedule. But the Rams also are, can we agree, the toughest matchup they'll face all season up until this point?
I mean, the Rams might be the toughest matchup anyone can face. They're really, really good. So these guys, with price points like this, there's a lot of scenarios where they have good games and you still don't need, even great games, and you still don't need them. Because if the value plays don't pay off, the opportunity cost for paying $9,000 for a receiver, even if he gets you 30, that might not do it.
Man, looking at JSN though and the boom bust tools,
yeah,
man,
I'm gonna have to force some in because in my mind, every time I make a team or run the Sims, for the most part, I'm not getting a ton of him.
No, I'm getting with the field on it. Honestly, that's where I am. Look, 15% exposure, around 17% ownership. You're pretty much with the field. But yeah, I mean, just looking at this awesome visual representation that Josh gave us here and made for us for this show. So everybody shout out to Josh because this thing's awesome. JSN, man, he is still positively leveraged here. And he's still 17% optimal, sub 15% owned, 8,900. And, we talked earlier about how Drake London has essentially been matchup proof. So is JSN. JSN up until this point has been totally matchup proof.
Yeah, I mean, he is matchup proof. He whipped a couple top end corners like it was nothing.
That beating he put on Stingley was embarrassing.
That's my guy. I'm Team Stingley.
So am I. And I was that day too, and it didn't work out.
No, it didn't.
All right. What about the Rams side? I know you talked a little bit about it, but I didn't pull the exposures up yet. So Puka Nacua, 25% ownership. 13% exposure. 13% ownership. We're getting 25% exposure. We are over the field, almost 2x the field on Puka Nacua, whereas we are slightly underweight to JSN. That is very interesting here given that we're not really getting to anybody else. Very little Higbee, Adams. I don't think we have any Kyron Williams right now on a slate like this, but we are getting to a lot of Puka Nacua here.
It surprised me a little bit. I think I'm going to be over. I don't think I'm going to be over 2x the field, though. That really did surprise me. And you can do it, but again, $8,700, that puts tremendous strain, and it's going to funnel you most likely to Brissett, JJ McCarthy, these type of pay down stacks and quarterbacks. Because if you're allocating money to your stack and you're going to get the best receiver in your stack, to have the one-off of Puka is very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that. It's just like McCaffrey. We haven't talked about him yet, so.
I was just looking at, Kyron's look at his optimal rate, sub 4%.
He's a casualty of the slate.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I also don't love that Blake Corum's actually getting a decent amount of work.
He's got multiple problems.
Right.
And
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
And just a very good defense for Seattle as well. Like Puka's the type of guy that can beat out a tough matchup. I don't really feel like Kyron is the type of guy that you love in bad matchups as a leverage spot, right?
Again, not on a slate like this in particular, but overall, I also agree with that.
San Francisco minus 3.5, Ben, against the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler's on the IR. You get Brock Purdy back in the mix today, so that's kind of interesting. He said he feels really good. They clearly held him out until he was ready. That's the way it feels right now. But this is a much different look San Francisco team than we've seen in recent weeks. Mac Jones has started 8 games this season, not in a row, but 8 games. And then you have Ricky Pearsall, who was having a really nice season through his first 4 weeks. He has returned to the mix as well. So you have Pearsall back. Juwan Jennings is healthy. George Kittle, of course, is healthy. All of these spots to me look pretty interesting, but now it's a lot muddier, and murkier, I should say, than it was prior, where it was like, all right, you stack Mac Jones with Kittle and Jennings, or you play Christian McCaffrey. That's not really how it is anymore.
No, this is a weird situation for a lot of different reasons. One, I think San Francisco better hope they play well today, because if they somehow lose and they lose bad, there's going to be big problems with Purdy talk. But that's not relevant to the slate. What is relevant to the slate is you mentioned all those weapons. This game is going to be real good because a lot of people are going to play the Arizona stack and they're going to bring it back with McCaffrey. And I get that. I'm doing some of that as well. I don't have any interest really in stacking the Niners, but I could employ some of what you do, which is playing a couple skill position players even without their quarterback. There's a lot of cheap quarterbacks across the league. You can isolate a lot of production for San Francisco, McCaffrey and Kittle, McCaffrey and Jennings. Kittle and Jennings would be a little weird, but of all the top end players, I'm making room for McCaffrey the most.
Can I tell you something though that'll surprise you? I want to show you a bet that I threw up on Tails. This is from I posted this on like Wednesday or Thursday. This will surprise a lot of people. Brian Robinson over 16.5 rushing yards. So here's something that you guys might find out. Christian McCaffrey has not been good this year. Yeah, so what do you mean he hasn't been good? I mean, he hasn't actually been good. He's getting a ton of volume, which is great. And again, we said it earlier in the show, that's really all that matters. He hasn't actually been good. His longest run is 16 yards. He's averaging a 10-plus yard run on 8% of his carries this year. It has not been good for Christian McCaffrey at all. And Brian Robinson Jr., on the other hand, has actually been very effective when he touches the ball. Very. He's averaging 2.39 yards per contact after attempt. That's McCaffrey. 3.55 for Robinson. So I posted this earlier in the week. If you want to tail it, you can click tail. Oh, look at that. It's 21.5 now. All right. Maybe you should have bet that one earlier in the week.
That's
you
why.
Go ahead.
That's honestly why you want to be over there and press follow. Because when these bets come in, you get the alert and you can tail it instantly. The stuff moves.
Yep. Yeah, you can turn on notifications. 21.5 looks like 20.5 is the lowest line now. But you can click it, find what the best number. It'll auto-load it into your bet slip. That's all you have to do. I got a 6-leg insane lotto ticket parlay for today. The Tails exclusive perfect lineup from earlier in the week. And then you check out our boy Ben Rasa. What's he got going on for today? By the way, download the Tails app. Link is down there in the description, or go to tails.bet. Okay. You got your Debo. You need your Waddle.
I need my Waddle.
They got stuffed at the goal line, I think.
And what?
I don't know what happened. It was 13-6, and they were at the goal line, and now Washington has the ball. So something happened. But come check it out.
Right.
Yo, check the leaderboards out too. Yeah. Check the leaderboards out. All of this stuff, right?
Red
leader, long
you
shot.
Find people. That's my favorite.
You will.
About this. You find people you may not know about. Like, who the hell is Greg Ehrenberg? But yeah, get over there. All the stuff is free content, by the way. There's some sick things to discover, and give us a follow. I'm about to hit.
There's some great premium. There's some great premium subscriptions over there. But also, the Explore page has an insane amount of free content. All of my stuff is free. Ben has a ton of free bets, and a lot of really sharp people with some free bets as well. So don't sleep on it, man. Download the app. That's all you have to do. That's it. Download the app, create a free account, and you're in. And follow the people you want. You'll have notifications on for those people you want. And let's get to business, baby. Let's have some fun. And I did want to shout all of you guys out. I woke up this morning. I was looking at the reviews. We had a ton more reviews pour in over in the App Store. And ratings. Thank you guys. That I will never ask you for money. We're never gonna come sign up. Hey, anything outside of come sweat some bets with us, fail some bets, enjoy the platform, help us grow the platform. The only thing we'd ask for you is, if you do love it, hit us with a 5-star rating and a review over there. That goes way further than you could ever possibly imagine with us building this platform out. And we're growing it quickly right now, thanks to you guys. Those ratings and reviews go further than literally anything else you can do, and is the greatest endorsement you can give us. So yeah, if you appreciate what we're building and you're enjoying it, you're working it into your daily process, could even be in your 5-minute work break, or when you get those push notifications, hit us up. Appreciate you. All right, let's keep it going, Ben. By the way, I still like McCaffrey, but I also think that Brian Robinson. I don't want people to think I'm on two sides. I still like McCaffrey because of the volume, but I like that Brian Robinson bet as well. Kittle looks pretty decent. I don't know how much I want to roll the dice on these pass catchers right now outside of Kittle, though. Kittle's cheap, $5K, but Jennings, Pearsall, does that get a little tough for you?
Yeah, I'm not looking to go there, most likely. Jennings, I think, is an interesting dart throw, but besides that, not much to say.
My guess is I'm just sprinkling those guys in, which I'm very much okay with. Just no stands on any of those guys. I probably won't have as much Christian McCaffrey as the Sims are giving me right now. Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr. had an emergency appendectomy midweek right after we recorded a couple shows. Trey McBride is just a monster. Wilson and McBride, just by process of elimination here. Probably some Greg Dortch as well. I will keep this one very simple for you guys. I don't think I get to much Knight, who is expected to play but questionable. The backfield's a mess right now. San Francisco's dealing with injuries. Their pass rush is neutered with all of the injuries they've had. Linebackers, you name it. They do get Huff back, but still, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to absorb some of the value on this team. And Trey McBride, albeit an expensive tight end, is just too good to overlook in a spot like this, especially when they're dogs and they likely have to throw, and Brissett has actually been good. So I'll keep it short there, but Arizona, a team I'll be getting plenty of exposure to. I don't know if I want that much Michael Wilson, but he's actually been very efficient with the targets he's been provided if you go and look. So I do like him. I like all of these guys. I think it's a good spot.
Yeah, we had this question before. I talked about it briefly, but I'll bring it up again. Cheap plays, cash locks. Arizona is going to be in that discussion. Michael Wilson, sub 4K. McCaffrey on the other side. This is the team of the easiest value if you're looking to salary save, because Brissett is cheap. Wilson is cheap. McBride is expensive, but if you're talking about agnostic position, top tier weapon, he's still extremely cheap. If you're comparing him to Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Puka Nacua, all those other guys, he just happens to fill obviously a different position. So I like Arizona. I can tell you from firsthand experience, every time I do this, it ends in severe pain, particularly in the 4 p.m. window when you need Arizona to do things. They seemingly don't, but they once again check out across the board. The 4 guys on your screen, I'm going to mix and match very often in lineups today.
No question about it. And thank you for the reminder, Matt Riley. Matlock, anytime TD. Yeah, we got to do it. I'm going to do it. I forgot the 1 week he actually scored. He's like 22-1 or something ridiculous. For those of you who know, you already know. Throw your $5 on Matlock. Boost it. Find the boost. And we're going to bet Matlock every week. He's going to do it again this year, and we're going to be there when he actually does. All right, Kansas City and Denver. Man, what a weird spot. If they're able to double Rashee Rice, if they're able to take him, not out of the game, but make life tough like they did for Brock Bowers on last Thursday's game, I think there is a possibility that we may actually get some good Xavier Worthy performance. I have him in my touchdown parlay. If you saw that, Ben.
I didn't, but you're taking all my hot takes here. This is good.
That blew up on Twitter, by the way, which is funny.
Because, yeah, I know. Then you forced me to do one for college football on a week. It's like my worst week of the year. Society is very upset.
Don't worry, I'll probably go 0 for 6, but I'm betting it anyway. I always show my slips. I'm never going to just give you something. Neither are you. Never give you guys something that we're not betting ourselves. But yeah, I mean, Kansas City, it's a weird spot. I'll set this game up for you like this. And to Eric and Spags, apologies. We'll be out of here in a few minutes. We got a late start. We didn't start till 10:15 today. Greg had a lot of super chats and my power went out for 3 minutes. But I look at this and I say, okay, Patrick Mahomes is great when he can extend plays, right? Not just with his legs, but find the guy that runs himself open downfield. Denver is the best in the league at being able to take that away from opposing teams. Yeah? No disagreements there.
Nope.
They can rush 4, and they can make life very difficult on you. Highest pressure rate in the league when they rush 4. I mention that all the time. Here's the interesting thing, though. 2 weeks ago, Trey Smith is back for Kansas City. This week, Josh Simmons is back for Kansas City. So their offensive line for the first time all season is healthy. I want to take some shots on a sub 5K Xavier Worthy. You can target him downfield, but you can also get him, in the flat. You can get him on screens, whatever it may be. It is a difficult matchup. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to do it. With a lot of other cheap wide receivers getting ownership, I think I want to go to a very low-owned Xavier Worthy today and boost him a little bit. Ben.
I mean, I tried this, I believe it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks ago because it was against the Bills. Fell flat on my face.
He did have 7 targets.
He was there. He's on the field as much as Rice. He's as active. Now, I will admit, it seems like they have a preference to give Rice the auto touchdown pop pass more than Worthy. That used to be Worthy's play. But the price discrepancy, what was like $1,000, look at the screen. It's $3,000 difference on DraftKings. That's immense.
Huge.
Xavier Worthy has a lot of games in him here where he's going 6 targets, 3 catches, 42 yards, no touchdown, and it's not getting it done. But he's a home run hitter. It's a game I still think that can get up there. I respect Denver's defense, but Denver's been – we're going to talk about them in a second. I don't know. I'm not super sold on Denver just yet. I like Worthy as a contrarian play, and I'm going to probably – I guess I have to give you credit because you were first. I'm going to tail you on Xavier Worthy anytime touchdown today.
Let's do it, man. Let's have some fun. He doesn't look great in the boom bust tool.
No,
but
he shouldn't, honestly.
I agree.
Yeah.
But also, I still think it's there. I think this matchup sets up pretty uniquely for where Xavier Worthy could have himself a game. That's all. It's a good Denver defense, but I'll take a few shots on Xavier Worthy here and move on. Obviously, I'll have a little bit of Rashee Rice. I don't love him today now that he's almost 8K. So I'm with you, man. That's probably a spot that I'd be looking at. And on the Denver side, the offense, man, they've not looked all that great. They really haven't. And maybe they just show up today. They're on extended rest, which is obviously helpful for them. We're getting a little bit of Broncos defense, but we're really not getting any RJ Harvey, even though J.K. Dobbins is on the season-ending IR. Not really Evan Ingram. Cortland Sutton, last I looked, had a receiving prop under 50 this week. So, yeah, it's a tough spot to get to for me. I don't have a lot of Denver here. I have a lot of respect for this Kansas City defense as well.
Yeah, I respect that defense. And, the Dobbins situation, it thins it out. But how many mid 5K running backs have we talked about already?
A lot.
A lot. And
even guys like Vidal and ETN that people aren't getting to and flocking to in droves, they're in that range too.
That's the problem. So it's not to say you can't make room for him, but you can't make room for all of them.
Yep. Let's talk about the Baltimore Ravens then. What do you say? Close this one out. Baltimore Ravens. No Justice Hill. I don't think that really means much in terms of Derrick Henry's outlook, but no Justice Hill and no Rashad Bateman. Kind of interesting. This was 8.5. It's 7.5 now. So no key number movement, but moves towards Cleveland. I bet Cleveland every week this year. The only game I've gotten them wrong. Only game. Because my whole bet Cleveland on the fade them on the road, bet them at home. I actually bet them on the road as huge dogs against the Ravens, and they did not cover. It's the only spot. But here they are at home against the Ravens. And you have no Bateman, you have no Justice Hill. We are still not really getting to any Baltimore exposure in this spot. Look at that, man. Basically, no Flowers, no Lamar. Is this a spot where you would want to actually get to some of them?
So I think you can always bet on talent. Having said that, though, you're not getting a great discount on the prices. And that's probably my biggest pain point with it. Sure, the tight ends are cheap, but there's a million cheap tight ends on this slate. Zay Flowers is in no man's land price range wise, and you mentioned Derrick Henry. I really don't see myself getting there. So then it's just a matter of, what does this really look like? Are you going to pay basically $7,000 for a Lamar skinny with Flowers? I would rather have Josh Allen plus anybody for the same price. And that's where it really gets tough. Lamar, as good as he is, he hasn't shown crazy rushing. I don't know if that's the hamstring or he just doesn't want to run as much now, but it's the Browns defense. I think you can play the Browns defense for what it's worth.
That's the only exposure to anybody from Cleveland we have is 2% Browns defense. That's it.
I considered running back Judy, but I don't even think I'm going to.
Oh, last thing before we go, I wanted to mention about Xavier Worthy, and I'd forgotten. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Maxwell Hairston, rookie corner for the Bills, said after that game where the Bills beat them that he saw a tell, right at the line of scrimmage from Xavier Worthy when he was going to get the ball. And first of all, if that's true, why would you ever mention that? Like, why would you brag about that? You should have kept that quiet forever.
Like
seriously, right? Like,
that's
makes no
like
sense.
A poker thing.
Yeah,
like, I picked up on your tell. It's like,
here's what it is. Yeah, right. Which is super weird. Either way, he said it out loud. Maybe Xavier Worthy did have a tell, and maybe he doesn't anymore.
That I don't know what the hell we're even talking about with that guy. I will say that rookie who was banged up, that guy looks amazing for the Bills. So shout out to him. He seems like a winning pick that they got.
For sure, man. Anyway, you guys are the best. Thanks for bearing with us today. It went pretty smoothly. I mean, Greg just went a little. I think it went well.
I think we're in good shape. I'm feeling good. You guys know the drill. Make a lot of money and then tweet us when you do, and we'll celebrate tonight. That's my plan.
Make sure you have the avatar, though.
Oh, of course. If you don't have the avatar at this point, I don't know honestly what there is to say, because when you look at the leaderboards, we were talking about this the other day. I mean, come on now. The avatar is everywhere.
Well, we have people tweeting us, and they finished first with the avatar, and then you look at 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th, and there's Stokastic avatars too.
It is. We're taking over, so don't miss out.
Stokastic.com/HOF. And Ben buried the lead there. If you finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, even if it's like the dime package or the quarter jukebox, if you have that avatar and you follow the steps, it's Stokastic.com/HOF. You're getting a free month of Sims Max. It's like a $200 value, and you can win multiple times, up to 4 times in a calendar year. And each time it only gets better, right? Each time you get more. So I say it all the time, that picture of your dog. I know it's a cute pup, I'm sure, right? I'm sure your kids are lovely, but your kids aren't making you more money on top of those wins. And guess what? Stokastic avatar is. Anyway, Ben, always a good time, brother. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, don't close the stream. Let's make some money.
I won't. Anyway, Chris Spags, Eric Lincoln's coming up next. Make sure you stick around for these fellas. It would be unwise not to do so. They'll take you all the way up to lock. Inactives just came out. We got a lot to talk about. They have a lot to talk about. And we'll see you back here for the next one. Good luck, guys.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock, Week 11 edition. The weeks are flying. We're having fun along the way. I'm Eric Lindquist. You can follow me at Eric Lindquist over on X. And I'm joined, like I always am on these beautiful Sundays, by my friend, Chris Spags. Go follow him at Chris Spags. Go follow the Splash Play podcast over on YouTube, everywhere you can find it. NBA, NFL, he knows things. How you doing, my dude?
I'm glad to be here with you again. It's fun. We got week 11, a lucky week 11, right? 11-11. That's something, right? So we got that going for us. And I will say the funny thing to me, and I said it in the YouTube chat, and I'm sure you're thinking the same thing, but Laffy like apologizing on stream, like, oh no, we're going long, as if you and I are so mad that we have to do slightly less work, a little more time to tinker with lineups. But I think it's a fun week here. I think I've got some crackpot theories that I'm ready to discuss here, Eric. So I hope you are ready to strap in.
I have one that stands out big time to me. There might be a nuclear bet that I make over on Tails in the next, hour and 20 minutes. I wanted to get some kind of confirmation. It involves Arizona. Arizona is a very important part of this slate as is, but I might be looking at the backfield. We'll get into some of the ins and outs of what we've got going on for this one. Yeah, no, it's as uncomfortable as it sounds. And as always, I'm here sharing the Sims with you on a lovely Sunday morning. If you could, as we begin, hit that like button, the subscribe button, the notification bell, everything you can do to help us out. But the thing that can help us out the absolute most right now is you downloading the Tails app. Head on over to Tails, jump on in. The water's warm. That's really all I have to say about that. Join Tails today. You simply go to tails.bet/Lindy. If you want to check out my stuff, just posted a prize picks card for the people. I saw there were a lot of protected plays out there. You always want to have better than plus 300 stuff. It extends your expected value. We can have a conversation about the math of it, but you ready to have a conversation about this week 11? I think it's a great slate.
I am curious to hear why you think it's a great slate. I think there's some really obvious chalk this week, but some plays that I like are really low owned, which makes me feel like I'm just leading myself to slaughter, but I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, let's start with one of the slaughter spots, I think, that could exist on this slate. I think late swap is going to be a huge part of it, and I don't want you to take a ton from what you see on the screen right now, purely because there are tons of things that can change. We've got Josh Allen, early portion of the slate. Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, late part of the slate. So amongst the 6,500 and up quarterbacks there, you can see Lamar Jackson in that afternoon window, not on your screen, which is kind of wild, but the weather is miserable in like 4 spots purely from a wind perspective. And, well, wind can affect downfield passing, maybe not have a game go nuclear. I don't want to go crazy with it. I don't want to go overextending it there, but Cleveland's defense relative to some of these other defenses, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid off of a bye. Like, I understand why Lamar Jackson isn't showing up on my screen, but Josh Allen coming off of a Miami loss. I heard on the previous show, Laffy talk a bit about how Josh Allen is a huge part of his portfolio this week. I'm kind of talking myself into a little bit more as we get closer with no Keon Coleman out there, who might be just a miserable football player, or I don't know, just doesn't show up at meetings on a Friday. Seems like something you might want to do, Spags, but What's your Josh Allen take for today? Because he's our only 7K quarterback to really consider on today's slate.
So I thought earlier in the week, and honestly, it might still be the case that Josh Allen would get played a little bit more than usual because of the fact that people think Tampa Bay is this really bad pass defense. To me, my data, of course, I swear by is EPA metrics from Sports Info Solutions to give them the full credit. But basically, advanced analytics stuff that shows you how teams perform in terms of the expected points added, how they're performing, giving up more than average, less than average, things like that. Tampa Bay's defense is basically a little bit better than league average at 0.01 EPA per dropback. 0.1 EPA per pass. I don't think it's like a great matchup for Josh Allen. Obviously, he can go in any spot, but I think this week he might get played more because you're taking Dalton Kincaid off the field. You also now are taking off Keon Coleman. People are going to be more excited to play Josh Allen with Khalil Shakir and go, he's the number one guy. He's going to get all the work. But that's just never how this offense works. And even though it is kind of an adverse defensive spot, as the deeper dive guys talked about as well, James Cook can always get going in any spot too. So I'm not stoked about Josh Allen, but neither is the sim. Only got him in 3% of the top 150 lineups. I didn't go there a ton, played a few lineups with him. But, I feel like he might get overplayed because people could finally guess the stack, and it's been so hard to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right here on your screen, QB1, wide receiver, tight end, running back. It's basically exclusively just a +1 type situation. And it's wild because, Dawson Knox is cheap. Joshua Palmer's cheap. Khalil Shakir is attainable. You'd think you would get to some doubles potentially, but with Josh Allen, you're looking for the rushing equity. You're looking for a guy who's -110 across the industry to score a touchdown with his legs. There's just lots of ways where Josh Allen works out for you, and you don't need any pass catchers. Playing him naked in some lineups as well. Made some calculated stands this morning going through my own specific portfolio. I do think Josh Allen's just one of those guys that can put up the nuclear ceilings. And despite what we saw last week where he just burned you immediately, I'm happy to run it back to some extent here back home in Buffalo. But I do think the guy that I'm going to have the most of within this range, as we look at some of the exposures, taking it off of the stack exposures, I really like Patrick Mahomes in this spot. I'm going to play him in single entry right now. And I'm saying that right now because I have early information that I'm going to accumulate, and I'm going to decide exactly how to handle all of the Arizona chalk, handle everything else that's going on. And I can't tell you what I'm going to do right now. I have a game plan for what I want to do, and that involves simply Patrick Mahomes as kind of a feature piece for me. It's Andy Reid off of a bye. I think we all know what that exists. And then you get Rashee Rice. You get Travis Kelce as kind of a contrarian piece if Trey McBride doesn't completely go nuclear. I have plenty of Trey McBride, but I really like Patrick Mahomes up here. This game environment seems to be one that I thought more people would be on it as well, Spags. Matthew Stafford showing up a lot in the sims on FanDuel for you FanDuel folks, and I think it's a little bit more attainable there as well. Mahomes, Stafford, any of that showing up in your lineups today? Because I am overweight, and the sims do not have me overweight to Mahomes.
Yeah, the Sims definitely do not seem to be a fan of Mahomes. I'm not really either today. I think in this spot versus Denver, people think it's a Surtain-only defense, but it is still one of the better in football, giving up a -0.15 EPA per dropback across the board. So that's everywhere. It's not just where they're throwing to where Surtain is. That's the entire team. They're also creating pressure at a pretty good clip. And Mahomes is one of the better QBs in the league for historically and this year under pressure, but still a 28% pressure rate going against him. It's not going to make things the most fun. And frankly, too, I think in this kind of game, I get KC's total seems pretty decent at 24.5, but I feel like when you have a tough defense and a total that seems, I would say inexplicably high, but a little bit high for a game versus Denver, I think it means that the offense gets spread out a little bit more and you don't really get that consolidated upside guy. Rashee Rice, I know it'll be sacrilege people out there. I just think he's been overperforming a little bit, and he'll be still decently owned despite the fact that he is going against a fairly shut down defense. So 16% expected ownership for Rashee Rice feels like a lot for me. I'd rather go to Stafford. I think getting the double stack there against the Seattle defense, people are maybe over-respecting a little bit. Definitely a good performer on the year, but with Seattle, or with the Rams rather, whoever they're going against, whether it's Seattle or not, the fact you have sort of a concentrated target share for Puka Nacua and for Devontae Adams, I think that's sort of what we're looking for. Is there any low-owned double stack? A couple weeks ago with Philadelphia versus Minnesota, I feel like would be the best example where it's nobody wanted to go against that defense. Yeah. And same thing for the Chiefs too. So if you want to make that case, you can, but nobody wanted to go against that defense. And you had the easy double stack that people weren't playing at that point with AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. For this one at the Rams, you have a team where you're going to get people playing Puka Nacua, not Devontae Adams. We're talking single digit under 5% ownership there, Stafford under 5. So I tried to get some in, but the Sims don't really love this range. It seems like overall.
Yeah, they don't love the range because we do have some cheapies that we can fire up. And you can see down here, I mean, again, the allotment is ginormous for what you're getting for J.J. McCarthy and for Jacoby Brissett. I mean, you look at their 1.5 passing touchdown props across the industry, you kind of put it all together, you put a bow on it, and they're 5,200 and 4,900 on DraftKings. So it totally makes sense. But what do you think about Brock Purdy today? He gets Ricky Pearsall back as well. I mean, Brock Purdy hasn't played in a while, obviously, but I do think against Arizona, with all of the popular chalk over there, I think one of the easy ways to kind of trim down on some of the ownership is finding San Francisco as the main stack, as your primary stack, and bringing one of those pieces, Dort, Wilson, Trey McBride, along for the ride. Brock Purdy showing up for you at all?
Yeah, I mean, I got him in 10% in the top 150 here with Stokastic data, which is a little bit above the field. I think with the amount of McCaffrey, you get the Sims as well. Spoiler alert there. I think it makes sense you're getting Purdy. I would say playing him with McCaffrey looks good. Playing him, McCaffrey guy, I'm not super impressed with anytime there's even a slightly negative rushing matchup. I'm not inclined to be there. Gets the Giants, go nuts. Gets some of the teams he's played lately, less so. Arizona is a better than league average run defense. That spooks me a little bit for a guy who's not been terribly efficient, is now at 9K. You could always get it there in PPR. But I think really, to me, like, you're playing Purdy with him, great. You're playing Purdy in lieu of him because you want to fade him for those reasons. And that's good too, because now you do have Pearsall. I don't know. Do you think his snap count's going to be limited? There's been no news about this, but there was an article that came out lately, or I think it was a coach speak thing that came out from Kyle Shanahan, where he was talking about, like, these guys have to compete their speed benchmarks now because they found that they were bringing guys back too soon before. And that's why for Pearsall, like, it took long for him to get back, is because he couldn't hit his previous miles per hour. And that would make me think that, like, he's maybe full go because he passed over benchmarks and he won't get hurt again, or is less likely to get hurt. But have you seen anything about his likelihood, or do you have any thoughts on Pearsall's snap count?
I mean, there are two conferences two divisions, in the NFC that are just ridiculous. The NFC West and the NFC North. I mean, both are just, every team is competitive. Every team seems to be somewhat live here, but Mac Jones kind of gave them the ability. You were talking about Mac Jones, or you were talking about Brock Purdy, or were you talking about Ricky Pearsall?
Let's talk about Pearsall, because I think his availability matters a little bit to how you view Purdy, and I think the projection right now doesn't reflect it. But I think having him back, I mean, if he's like really full go, and I think he may be based upon some of the stuff they talked about with his health, I think that makes the Purdy stack appealing in lieu of McCaffrey, but also obviously in addition to McCaffrey.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall goes into the bucket of, I have no idea how much I'm actually going to play, because it's all going to be dependent on early information for me. Whatever I find out from the beginning of this slate is going to dictate what I do. And I think Ricky Pearsall is a safety valve to some extent, because there's just no way he gets steamed up here, right? Like, there's just not a chance in God's green earth that he gets steamed up, because, like, also, why is this music on? There's music in the background.
All right, I'm not hearing. Are you hearing beautiful music?
I was hearing beautiful music, and I did not want to hear beautiful music, but now I hear your beautiful voice, which makes me happier. Ricky Pearsall hasn't played since week 4. I just got to imagine with a knee injury, and I don't know, he had some other injuries last season, not necessarily his fault, I would say. I very much think that they probably took their time to bring him back, and now I'm not going to say full go by any means, but, like, I don't think he was like full go anyway. Last time around, like, you play him 70% of snaps. That would be incredible, I think, at his price tag.
Yeah, and I think it makes it for an interesting way to think about not playing McCaffrey. McCaffrey's coming up a lot, and I get people are excited to play him, but he's 9K, and you have Pearsall at 5,400 on DraftKings, Juwan Jennings 5,100, Kittle under 6K as well. The price tag's a little bit high when you get McBride for just a bit more, but I like the idea of going to that stack, and I think Pearsall has a chance of being more full go than he should be.
The music is a nice touch, but you ruined it. Now when we have to listen to it for 75 minutes of a show, and I'm trying to converse with my friend Spags over here, we got lots to talk about, lots to get to on today's slate, going position by position. We have 1 hour to be able to do it. So wanted to just trim down on that. Anyway, quarterback, Brock Purdy. I'm going to be getting probably overweight to this 8% number, just based on how I believe this slate is going to play out. J.J. McCarthy, though, let's start diving into the low-end options. I think he's very, very cash viable, J.J. McCarthy is. I think you have an opportunity, friends, to just click him, move along with your life. I don't hate the idea of Jacoby Brissett and just kind of being able to mix around your lineups based on how Chase Brown does, based on how Jalen Warren does, based on how other pieces that might be early for whatever reason, people are playing against you in cash. I suppose defenses, Tennessee, definitely going to be cash viable for sure. But JJ McCarthy, as a Vikings fan personally, haven't been super impressed from what I've seen here in the early going, but I trust Kevin O'Connell. I trust Justin Jefferson to be an absolute beast. And we got Johnson out for this week again in that cornerback matchup. And if he's just going to be keying in on Jefferson the entire game, Spags, that is JJ McCarthy's path to ceiling. I will not play him in a single stack that does not involve JJ McCarthy, that doesn't involve Justin Jefferson. But how do you feel about McCarthy on today's slate? Because he is chalky.
Yeah, he's really chalky, and I think that would scare me a little bit given the fact there are some really negative numbers for McCarthy. He's overall got a 68.5% catchable ball rate, which is not even 69, so you can't even make the nice joke. But like really one of the worst marks in the league for a guy who is starting a decent amount of games and, we're presuming has some pedigree. I think, frankly, has looked well visually in a few spots, like the Detroit game. Really thought like he looked like he belonged. Parts of before his injury, I thought he also looked like he belonged. Other times, completely rudderless. But the thing that you could look forward to is that he is playing Chicago, who I think at this point, definitely one of the worst pass defenses on the slate. I would say probably overall one of the worst in the league. 0.15 EPA per dropback. That is a bad number towards the bottom part of the NFL. 0.16 EPA per pass allowed. 83% catchable ball rate. So quickest remedy for a guy that can't throw catchable balls is to face a team that allows a ton of catchable balls. So I think the ownership for McCarthy and Jefferson feels a little bit high. I would consider maybe, some lineups with Addison and Hockenson. I know you said you would play Jefferson in every one. I get it. I think, if you're playing three max or single entry stuff, I would get one and go Jefferson first. But it seems like the ownership is there for McCarthy, Jones, and Jefferson. Like that's your expected Minnesota stack. So if you're going to play the chalk, and I think JJ McCarthy is literally your cash game QB, you play, I think, a little more creatively if you can.
I don't know how to play him creatively. That's my big JJ McCarthy thing. And he's in the early games, which, if he puts up 30, you're going to want him. That's for sure. But if he puts up 22, I have so many weapons in the late afternoon portion of the slate. And for years and years and years, Spags knows this. I've just talked about late swap because I still think it's one of the most underutilized parts of playing DFS. And JJ McCarthy, I have no problem with him in cash. I have no problem with him if you want to go that direction. I would kind of lean towards the Jacoby Brissett side just because it's one other roster spot to be able to maneuver around my lineups with late information. Now, we don't know. I'm assuming everybody's playing Brown, everybody's playing Warren and cash. I believe you should be playing those two. I think McCaffrey becomes your third easy running back. But if McCarthy ends up getting dinged up or something happens to that nature, I don't have the maneuverability for any kind of moves in tournaments either. I just really don't like JJ McCarthy all that much for tournaments. As you said, he's everybody's cash game quarterback. And I don't know how to stack him up in like a new, interesting way here. It's basically Justin Jefferson, JJ McCarthy. I suppose Addison, we saw Naylor have a ceiling game last week, but I don't expect that to be the norm by any means, not necessarily based on anything. I can't possibly be clicking on him today. Just kind of feels like a spot that I'm just going to be underweight to no matter what I do, no matter what I try, Spags.
And I think that's fair, honestly, if he's going to be 17% owned. And look, the Sim still thinks, even with that ownership, that JJ McCarthy is a good play and worth getting, even more of. 24% is what I got in the Sim I ran, which I might need to update for ownership again. But look, McCarthy, it seems like a good play. Matchup as good as any he's had this year. And also Chicago is a team that, for whatever flaws they may have, and I'm curious to see how Caleb dances around with all the pressure he's going to face from Minnesota. They are a team that's competent enough that they can push. So I think for McCarthy, I get it if you want to play him. I've gotten some lineups with him. I definitely did not go nuts on him because I think he is going to be really owned for JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, he is. I'm 100% with you. And now we get to talk about Jacoby Brissett, who's going to be equally as owned more than likely. But I can't remember a time I saw this much simulated player ROI on one individual quarterback. It is so hard. We'll get it from time to time at the running back position. Jalen Warren slightly positive, as you can see, but I can't count the ways that Jacoby Brissett continues to just be a fantastic play. Last week could not have gone worse to start off that game. I suppose it ended up just being a pass-happy game script the rest of the way, and Trey McBride absorbed all of it. But, Spags, Jacoby Brissett's been very, very functional, and San Francisco's defense is still very decrepit. There is nothing that I can do to say, like, if you made me play one quarterback ownership agnostic. I would be playing Jacoby Brissett at his price tag at 4,900 in this afternoon slate. But as I said before, I think you're going to have to use early information in your lineups on what pieces you play early to be able to dictate what you want to do here later on. And, been doing this show, hosting this show for 5 years. I can't remember a time that I didn't prioritize, if ownership is being equal, the later quarterback, that I didn't prefer the later quarterback over the early quarterback. And I think that's exactly what we're running into for this situation. I'm just clicking on Jacoby Brissett. I'm keeping him in lineups here. I have him in north of 60% for what it's worth. I have tons of lineup spots. I'm not going to end up at 60%. I know that much. 50% here in the Sims, but I think he's by far the best quarterback play on the slate.
I think he's a really good one. I mean, the fact that he has really played well in adverse conditions. The Packers game, I think in particular, comes to mind, but every spot he just kind of stands back there, slings it. I don't think he's wowing me with, I would say, a dead average with the league, 78% catchable ball rate. But, he's getting it downfield about 4 times a game, plus EPA on those. He handles pressures incredibly well. Seeing pressure on a really high 53% of dropbacks, which is not good, but he's holding steady with a negative 0.5 EPA on those plays, which is pretty decent. So he's performing well under pressure, under bad situations. Now he gets a really good situation where the Niners aren't creating pressure at a high rate, only a 14% pressure rate for them, which is the lowest of anybody playing this week in the NFL. It's also a Niners team that's bad versus the pass. About as bad as Chicago, 0.17 EPA per dropback allowed. In the red zone, it doesn't get better. They give up a really high 0.3 EPA per pass there as well. So this spot for Brissett's really good. And I think one thing I'm curious about your thoughts, and we're not at receiver yet, but I think the Michael Wilson test this week is like, a lot of people out there think Marvin Harrison Jr. is just total ass. I don't think he's total ass, but I don't think he's proven to be special yet. If you think he's not good, that Brissett, Michael Wilson, McBride stack, like it looks really good because Wilson might just be 1-for-1 swap for Marvin Harrison at much cheaper.
Yep. And I'm inclined to think he's going to be my highest owned wide receiver. I don't know that for a fact. Again, I don't want to speak in absolutes, not with this many good game environments late, but if we were to just start the slate right now and I couldn't change my lineups after the fact, I would have Michael Wilson as my highest owned wide receiver. There's a good chance you are 100% correct about that take. And he had drops early on in the season. We're going to get Michael Wilson featured. Greg Dortch, probably going to be somebody. Hell, in the late slate, I might have some real dust behind it. I mean, are we going to get Xavier Weaver as like their primary wide receiver 3? I'm not sure exactly how it breaks out, but I do think they're going to probably end up going to a lot more Elijah Higgins on the field, more than likely. And I think one of the interesting things I'm thinking about for the late slate is playing McBride and Higgins together in a single entry style deal and just getting to the spend ups. That's the only path to play Nakua and Jackson Smith and Jigba together is playing the 2,500 Higgins. And I think you can still find a way to get McBride in there. And then DeMercado, who, if I'm just looking to onslaught Arizona in an interesting way, that's probably going to be my path where I just pass up wide receivers, which sounds terrifying, but maybe they do just focus on the main skill position guys who are out there every single time. But I do think Elijah Higgins has the chance to benefit the second most aside from, I guess Greg Dortch too, but I really like Elijah Higgins for large field afternoon slate tournaments. Do not like him for this slate.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this being as big of an upgrade for Dortch just because of the fact the air yards per target stands out. One of the big reasons Marvin Harrison's had the kind of upside he's had is number 1, he gets red zone targets. Number 2, he gets deep targets at a decent clip. Overall, I believe has 15 air yards per target on the year. Greg Dortch is only getting targeted negative 0.5 air yards per target. So he's getting actually negative 0.9, excuse me. That's a little bit further behind the line of scrimmage. That's not a downfield replacement. Michael Wilson with his 11 air yards per target, that's pretty close to 1-to-1, it's a little bit shorter, obviously, than what Harrison's been getting, but he can replace that role. You would think there's nobody else who's a natural fit on the team to do that either. So I think for Michael Wilson at this point, we'll talk more about receivers, but I think the Brissett stack looks good. And I think playing Wilson, maybe it gets a little more owned than it should be, but I'm willing to do it.
Yeah, I'm willing to do it too. I think rolling him out, somebody's saying have fun with Michael Wilson's 9 fantasy points. He's sub 4K. He could be walking into a much greater role. Obviously, that's what projections are telling us. I have no clue how he isn't the best sub 4K play that we have on the slate, period. And that includes the tight end position, where generally that's where you would take some of those shots to relieve salary. We're getting him at a wide receiver position. And It's just so easy to fit into lineups for him. If he puts up 12, I'm probably going to live. And if he puts up 20, you're going to absolutely have to have him. Look at his projection. I mean, he's north of 11, 12 fantasy points in a number of places, not our spot here at the moment. And I'm still getting him the highest at the wide receiver position in the Sims.
And he's in like all the top ROI lineups too. And
Correct.
I get it. I get like these plays sometimes feel flimsy, but it might just be a thing where you just needed that salary spot to get to the ceiling players around it. Like Eric talked about, if you're trying to play JSN and Chase, like that's really your one way to do that. I think that's what it is. You know, the thing I would critique Michael Wilson for is that he's in cash game lineups. Like you're naturally getting Arizona doubles, I think, for your cash game with McBride and him. So like, if anything, that might be chalky in the same way Cincinnati Pittsburgh will be chalky for that game stack part.
Yep. And in like small field, he could end up being 40, 45%. That's maybe a different conversation, but that's the beauty of the Sims. I know that I'm sharing 10,000 lineups here at the largest of large field tournaments that we've got going here, but you can use the Sims to basically give you everything that you could possibly want in terms of field size, in terms of payout structure, percentage to first. We've covered that a number of times here on this program, and I'd be remiss if you guys didn't check it out here for yourself. As we finish out the quarterback position here, check out the link join that we've got going for you. If you sign up at any one of our partners here, you can sign up for the Sims yourself. Be able to get this while we're working live here for the next 50 minutes. Spags and myself, you can sign up for DraftKings, Underdog, Onyx Odds, so many different books, so many opportunities here, and you get a month for each one that you sign up for. You go to the link below, you simply sign up following those simple instructions that exist, and you have Onyx Odds, you have Fanatics, you have Better, Sleeper, you have DFS sites, you have Pick'em, you have sweepstakes books. You have so many different opportunities, no matter where you live, no matter what you do, to be able to get the Sims completely free for a month. And just stack those up as well. Get yourself all the way to the Super Bowl if you want by signing up with, what would that be? The math? 1, 2, 3. Yep, I got it right. 3 months. 3 months, just whatever. Just figuring it out in the back of my mind. But yes, take advantage, friends, of the link join here as we round out our using of the Sims here. Quarterback, there are a ton of other cheap options. I will say even below Jacoby Brissett. I thought I was going to end up with more of them, but the more I thought about it, obviously, the weather kind of neutralized some of my Jameis Winston interest. Got a lot of interest in the Green Bay side of things. I can tell you that much. Michael Penix Jr., Davis Mills, who we just saw go completely nuclear, was in some winning lineups last week. Do you have interest in any of these guys, Spags?
So one of my crackpot theories for the week we can add on here.
Ooh.
I think, what if we were to say just in every lineup, Jameis Winston or Packers D? Like, what if we just embrace the volatility, knowing ahead what Jameis is? I will say the team total for the Giants, I wish was a little bit better. I wish the weather, I mean, the wind, like 13 to 15 miles per hour?
Correct.
I don't think, I think that affects the kickers more than it does a big arm QB. But for Jameis, this is kind of the spot where I think people forget, like, what he does the moment he steps into the field and actually gets runway, he chucks. And I think people also like got totally memory hold about it last in the offseason with Jerry Jeudy, with some of the other Browns receivers and Njoku. They're like, oh, remember those really good games Jeudy had? Like, that was pretty crazy. He's such a good receiver. It's like there, because Jameis just chucks endlessly and has made every player from Brashad Perriman to Jerry Jeudy look useful, to Elijah Moore useful for points of their career. So I think for Jameis, I'm playing him a good amount more in the field here. The sim doesn't agree. So what are we going to do? We're going to lose money on it perhaps. But Jameis doubles with Wandale, with Theo Johnson. You don't have Slayton out there. So, I mean, I don't even know who takes over those deep routes. I guess Gunnar Olszewski gets more, but he doesn't project well enough to actually play. So pretty clean stack to go to. And the running backs there are also a mess. And Jameis doesn't really throw a ton of running back checkdowns historically anyway. So, Jameis is my guy. Davis Mills, I feel like Lofty talked about it. Like, he kind of got the nut run out last week. But how could you not play Jameis if he's going to be 2% owned? Like, this is when you take the leap. And if you don't play it and play the Packers easy, he probably throws 4 picks and gets obliterated.
I'm very much on the Packers defense side of things, playing them in single entry early information. But
you hate fun.
I do hate fun. I want to ask you this, because Wandale is crazy popular. He's at a 5.5 receiving prop, juiced to the over right now over at Sportsbook. So there's that. I think there's a huge opportunity cost at tight end when you talk Trey McBride versus anybody. You have George Kittle late. You have a number of guys late that we can take shots on. But so Theo Johnson doesn't become that interesting. Who are you stacking him
you could
up?
play 2 tight ends. Have you heard of this?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So it's just basically Wandale or Theo. And that's like, can you click on Ray McLeod? Are you clicking on Ray McLeod?
I don't think he has a projection right now, so no. I think to me, I think it's Olszewski that picks up. He did get some deep targets from Jackson Dart. I don't think he's going to be a great targeter or anything, but I think he'll be out there a little bit. But really, it is Theo and Wandale, your two top targets there, and I think they get fed. Would be my guess.
Was he inactive? I'm pulling that up here. The actives and actives. He's practice squad. Yeah, that was from November 10th that they talked about that. I just didn't know if there was anything updated as far as like him potentially being reverted.
I don't think
he got reverted
anyway because he's not like that X receiver outside. Like I like Ray McLeod if he's in or not. That's not the role. Like Hyatt has a shot of playing more, but I don't know that he does.
As you can tell, I have so much Jameis Winston today.
Really, again, you hate fun.
I hate fun. And here's the thing. I played a lot of Jameis Winston at times last. Okay, you know what? I have 4 in 300 lineups. I have 4. More than I thought. 4 in 300 is not a great ratio, though. I'm not going to lie.
I will say we're the exact opposite today. I directly influenced the sim to give me some Jameis specific lineups. I juked the projection. I tried to, so
oh my God.
I want to see what it looks like when success hits.
Are you playing doubles? Are you playing singles with him? What's the game plan here? What are we trying to accomplish by playing Jameis Winston in the year of our Lord 2025?
Some doubles, some singles, have some fun with it. To me, it's really Wandale and Theo. You could talk yourself into playing Tyron Tracy, I guess, but I've been so staunchly anti-Tyron Tracy. I'm not going there for myself, but I think it's Wandale and Theo, and they're both pretty reasonable price tags. They're not, Wandale actually projects for decent ownership, 13% before. Not sure if that's moved at all. But, I think there is still, to me, upside there and whatever. That's the hill I'll die on for some portion of money today.
Well, we already talked about the Sims, how you can sign up for them. Let's get to running back, shall we? And new shiny thing, not have to talk about Jameis Winston, the fact that he's about to put up 30 in my eye hole today. That's for sure. Hopefully one of those 4 lineups separate. That would be great because everybody wants to play Wandale Robinson, and I feel like people are losing their minds. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one for me. It's also going to be fun to be Christian McCaffrey, dump off city, Arizona, bend, don't break philosophy. Absolute ridiculous spot for Christian McCaffrey. He's projected for 27. And it's just like, I have no problem just getting massively overweight to him. The Sims give you tons of him. We had Jahmyr Gibbs as kind of the safety valve last week. I do have a little bit of Bijan Robinson interest. He's coming up a little bit organically in the Sims. Josh Jacobs' is correlation piece with that Green Bay defense stand that I have as well. But Christian McCaffrey is going to be in a lot of lineups for me today. Is there anything that we even need to talk about on a weekly basis? Because you should have some in your portfolio. There's just no way around it, Spags.
Yeah, I'm not super jazzed to play him generally because I do think the efficiency is not as good as I would like it to be. And I kind of see him being a shell of himself in some ways, especially in the run game. But that said, he's getting 27 intended touches a game, 9 targets a game, 5.4 red zone opportunities a game, 2.6 of which are inside the 10-yard line. The work is ridiculous. And Arizona's defense, I think, is better than people realize. We've seen them come hard against some teams that were chalky before. But I think for McCaffrey, the price tag and the fact that I don't think we're paying for a lot of juice McCaffrey or my inhibitors for it, but you're getting him a good amount. I think if you don't have 20%, the field's at 30, play 15, 20. You don't want to be naked on McCaffrey in this kind of competitive spot potentially, especially if you let Brissett too. That kind of naturally goes together.
So in one lineup, you'd be naturally kind of looking to maybe get away from some McCaffrey in your life.
Yeah, I would try to pay down. I think a running back this week or Josh Jacobs, I think in that spot against the Giants where to me, if we do get bad Jameis, you probably get Josh Jacobs run the ball a good amount. If you get good Jameis, you probably get Josh Jacobs run the ball a good amount and having good touchdown equity. I like not paying all the way up at RB because there's really only McCaffrey this week that you're paying an egregious amount for.
Well, I think that there are some interesting tournament options, and obviously Jaylen Warren is going to be the chalk of all chalk, and he should be. I have no problem whatsoever with that chalk, but Derrick Henry, maybe a forget about me spot where, obviously if Lamar Jackson can't air it out the way that they'd probably want with some of that wind. Derrick Henry probably looks all right at 6,600. We haven't had that 2-tutty 150 game breaker here recently. We got Rico Dowdle there as well. I did bet Carolina +4, sitting at like 3.5 most places, I thought, this morning when I looked. Rico Dowdle, it's kind of a backup spot here after last week's, I don't know, it was just, he was fine. He didn't put up a tournament winning score by any means, but he gets the work. It's just Rico Dowdle season there in Carolina at this point, and going into the dome there in Atlanta should be an all right spot. James Cook, outdoor spot. You had kind of touched on him before. He's probably the scariest guy that I am currently underweight to, and I just have so much of the Brown and Warren piece that it's hard for me to make any kind of like calculated stands. And the ones that I am making, Josh Jacobs, I feel exponentially more confident about. Who do you like here in the other? Is there any other tournament piece here, 6,500 and up, that you like on the slate Spags?
I think James Cook is worth the shot always when he's going to be low owned. I mean, I feel like he's won people so many million makers whenever that ownership is around 10% or so. And certainly with that total for Buffalo, people are going to, again, I think try to attack that Allen Shakir combo a little bit more because it just seems like that's where the pass game production has to flow when you're missing Keon Coleman and missing Dalton Kincaid. I think trying to go to James Cook in that spot is not a bad thing to do. I like Rico Dowdle a lot for the matchup. The part of me that I think I struggle with a little bit with this is that like, I think Atlanta's going to get up for this game. The fact that they got their ass kicked by Carolina last time out, that was when they put up those 3 points. Not that one matchup means anything. I think if anything, it means Atlanta will circle this date and be like, we got to do something here to assert ourselves. I think for Carolina, that might affect Rico Dowdle, but Atlanta's run defense, one of the worst in football right now, giving up a 0.1 EPA per rush, missing tackles at a pretty good clip as well. I think for a guy like Rico Dowdle in the spot who does have that guaranteed workload, and he's really the one way that, if Atlanta gets ahead, it would certainly be something he gets some pass game work. But really, if they're just competitive, like they're going to give the ball to Rico a lot to try to keep Atlanta off the field. So I think he's a nice tournament play. You'd have to pay me to play Derrick Henry at this point. I just don't. He's so bad, and Cleveland's good, and maybe that's the reason he goes off today is that he's so due. But like every underlying number for Derrick Henry, and I was early on this. It was like a showdown slate. I think I was on a show with Lofty, and I was like, I don't think Derrick Henry looks good anymore, and like whatever. People are like, oh, he's got to get it back on track. And he just like gets close every week. He breaks one big play, and if that's all you see, you're like, yeah, he's back. He's not missing tackles. He's got a 5% avoided tackle rate, just zero juice whatsoever. Negative EPAs per run and pass. It's not Derrick Henry's not getting played, so I don't know who I'm railing against, but like I just think in this range, the other guys are so much more fun at this point.
Yeah, I would love to see Keaton Mitchell get some work. It would be really, really fun because I think Keaton Mitchell is a baller, and Derrick Henry's been a baller for years and years and years. Don't want to take anything away. Father Time is undefeated at the NFL level. Eventually you fall off unless you're Tom Brady and you just retire after winning a Super Bowl and get to, I think Tom Brady's life is probably pretty good right now. And just want to repeat, I love my wife. All right, we got ourselves an interesting spot here as we get into the Jaylen Warren season. I have no problem playing as much Jaylen Warren as you possibly want in a million lineups, but this is the one that I want to talk about. Chase Brown on the other side of this game. How do we do this, Spags? Because we're playing two running backs from the same game environment in a lot of lineups together. Obviously, 31.3% and 72.7% overlap quite a bit. So I don't know what to tell you other than like, I find it to be one of those things that from a hand building perspective, in cash, you just kind of click on both of them and no problem. But like, there's a part of me that gets angsty when I understand that like one's production is probably at the detriment of the other. And Warren, I obviously prefer strongly, but like, how do we handle this situation? Because like the chances of both of them going for 25 plus feel pretty minimal in this spot. And I'm just prioritizing Warren. What say you?
I think you summed it up really well there. I think that's the thing to me that stands out. Like whenever you have things, in my opinion, that are coming up in cash games and, are going to be played a lot by the field that just kind of go against the general rules of thumb of DFS that we know, which is like, you really shouldn't play two RBs in the same game. Can two RBs in the same game hit? Yeah, it happens a lot. It's happened this year. It's happened in high profile spots. I can remember from best ball week 17s. I mean, it does happen, but it doesn't happen with the frequency I think you'd want to play relative to the ownership here. I do like playing one of the running backs, and I think that'd be one thing I'd consider right away if you're playing a large amount of lineups is just play max one of these guys, then you can capture 1-1 really exceeds and hits the ceiling when the other one doesn't. But I will say for these guys, like there is kind of good winds blowing for both of them, where Chase Brown, I know Samaje Perine today, the check down work should be a little bit more for him. The snap increasing for him, like he might get endless touches. And Flacco has clearly been good for him being better in the run game, whatever adjustments I think they're making pre-snap. Chase Brown's been a much better runner since Flacco took over. Pittsburgh run defense, nothing to worry about really. So that's that. Warren also has had Mike Tomlin say he wants to give him the ball more. So like he's already playing well. They're now playing Cincinnati, who's one of the worst defenses at everything in football, but also giving up a 0.12 EPA per rush, worst mark in football right now. Jalen Warren should be good too. So I prefer Warren. I think Chase Brown, there are ways maybe to move away from that a little bit more, but I think just really playing both guys, but not playing them together is probably the move, because that's your cash game lineup. So everybody's going to kind of do that from the baseline.
Do you prefer Warren as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the sim does. I do. I mean, got 81% Warren in the sim, top 150. Chase Brown, 45. They're still the biggest exposure plays. But, you know, I think Warren feels safer to me and feels like he probably has, I don't know, I guess a little bit more of a ceiling, but that might not be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I would do a little bit if I weren't on the show right now, as far as like I build my show, like my lineups usually before the show, and try to make sure that I'm focused in on giving information, be able to go through. Do we have any super chats here yet at this point? We got 3,000 people here watching live over on the YouTubes. Hit that like button if you could. It goes a long way for us to be able to do this content every single Sunday morning for you, to help you make the best decisions you can for your DraftKings FanDuel lineups. And yes, we'll talk a little about FanDuel here as well at the running back position, but now, my friend Spags, is where we get interesting tournament options. RJ Harvey, you're going to be without J.K. Dobbins going forward here. Woody Marks, he has Nick Chubb there, but kind of. Only 5 carries, I believe, for Nick Chubb last week. It's starting to turn. But my favorite tournament play at the running back position period is Aaron Jones today. My Minnesota Vikings are 4-5. This is like Custer's last stand kind of a deal. You need to basically go nutties right now if you're Minnesota. We had a very tough schedule to start off to begin the year out. Obviously, you're hosting Philly. You're going overseas for 2 games. You had 2 primetime games to start off the season. It was not easy sledding. And now you get J.J. McCarthy back into the mix. Hopefully, learn some things through a couple of these early games for him, 3 games thus far. But I do think Aaron Jones is one of these guys that you just unleash at this stage. His shoulder, it ended up being fine last week. Jordan Mason got phased out, and I don't think it's shocking. Aaron Jones is not there to sit sidecar and, not go out and try to win football games and be in competitive football teams, especially with Justin Jefferson in his prime, with Kevin O'Connell calling. I mean, this is Aaron Jones. Just let him go out, let him cook. And if you're up 2 scores, 3 scores, it's probably a bad thing, because then you could definitely get more Jordan Mason mixed in there. But this projects out to be a close game, Spags, and I just see no way around it. Give me all of the Aaron Jones at the running back position.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that the snap count was 46 for Aaron Jones last week, 16 for Jordan Mason, I think that sort of says it all, that they kind of have fallen out of love with Jordan Mason a little bit more. And I think they thought he was more versatile than he was. When Aaron Jones is out, I thought that kind of reared its ugly head that he was not the same guy in the past game. Granted, the team was running bad at various points, but the Wentz stuff actually went better overall. So I feel like Mason maybe should have had some better results when Jones couldn't play. And now Jones is back in looking like the best version of himself. So I'm with you. I'm a little bit above the field on Aaron Jones, not crazy, but I got 16% there. Travis Etienne, I got a lot of. I didn't play him as much in my pre-show stuff that I built, but the sim has given me 2x a field. So please always feel free to default to a sim. I can suppose anything that ever I say or Eric says. I think the sim will always give you the truth a lot more. But Etienne coming up a good amount. I think he deserves some exposure. Out of the rookie guys, I'm curious your thoughts. Woody Marks or RJ Harvey? Who are you going with? Because I have a strong lean today.
Oh, all right. Well, Woody Marks in Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee's kind of the chalky defense, so there's a part of me that wants to go that direction. And does anybody trust Sean Payton to do anything that we predict him to do correctly? Like, that's where I'd probably go Woody Marks. I have him in my main lineup on FanDuel. I'm playing like the 100 and a couple of other tournaments over on FanDuel with my one big lineup there. I'm playing like the 20 max $4 as well, but like, I have Woody Marks mixing in there. I really don't have a ton of RJ Harvey at 5,800 over there. I think that's where he's probably more of an interesting piece. 5,400 on DraftKings is almost like a complete write-off for me.
So I forced in some RJ Harvey here. Again, not a super sim friendly play. So this is more part of the put him in your Jameis Winston lineup. Let's roll some dice, guys. Let's see what we're doing. But RJ Harvey coming up 3% in the top 150. Field ownership's at 7. But I boosted Harvey a little bit more because I think one thing people might miss is that Casey's run defense has been pretty weak overall. 0.02 EPA per rush allowed is towards the softer part of the league. In the red zone, it's also pretty bad. And the big thing is that Dobbins is out. And this is really like, I don't think RJ Harvey's a special talent. But the big blocker for Dobbins was that Harvey's in. The big blocker for Harvey was that Dobbins is in. And sure, they might give Tyler Beatty a bunch of work. They do feed him the ball at inopportune times. But I think it's going to be RJ Harvey's shot here in a spot where a lot of fish out there are playing the KC stacks left and right. And I'm saying, let's play some RJ Harvey instead. Let's go the other way. So RJ Harvey, yeah. RJ Harvey and Jalen Warren backfields. Line them up.
Eric is goated in NBA, but NFL, he's just trolling. He had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. Read that. I was like, oh, this is nice. Never mind. I'll go F myself and, whatever. NFL, I don't know. I feel like I'm doing all right in the NFL streets this year. Obviously, it's going to be very data centric here at Stokastic, utilizing the Sims. And in NBA, there's certain things that I just think it's the more projectable of the two sports by far. And so when you do have stands, those stands can really come to fruition there. In the NFL, obviously, you need to get a lot of pieces right. And no matter how much you think you know, like I was pretty confident Travion Henderson was going to go nuclear on Thursday. So I bet his rushing props, Bags. Great.
Yeah. You should have bet his fantasy points.
I did. I played 100% of him in the captain and just got punished anyway. It didn't matter. It just was so painful. But anyway, you're loved. Thank you so much for the compliment and go F yourself at the same time. Anyway, we've got ourselves a couple of running backs to maybe cycle through. Anybody else that you really want to talk about? Vidal, I think, was somebody that Lofty had brought up previously who I'm all right getting to a little bit. We didn't really talk about Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert's like the most viable. Like if you want to just go crazy in the early slate and play like 4 Chargers up against, pretty Jacksonville's defense is starting to show who they really are, right? Like we're seeing regression towards the mean. You can't hold Davis Mills in check. All right, let's settle down this Jacksonville hype train a little bit where, the defense looks pretty darn good to me. I'm all right getting to just a bunch of Chargers in like individual lineups. I've made a couple of calculated stands with that, but any other running back that you really want to highlight on the board?
I think Vidal, the fact he gets a crazy amount of work is always kind of an interesting thing. He's still holding on to 4.3 red zone opportunities a game, 1.8 inside the 10-yard line. So the work is pretty good for him, in addition to 17.5 touches per game overall. So Vidal, I sleep on. I still get him sometimes in lineups, and I'm never really mad at it. I think he's just kind of who that guy is. And Jacksonville, to your point as well, the defense is worse now. They were running hot in picks at the beginning of the year. They're still deflecting a lot of passes. They have some decent underlying stuff. They hurry QBs at a good rate. But for the Chargers, I think can probably find success against the best defense in the NFL. They probably see like another spot here that they can find some positive regression, or taking down the Jacksonville defense another peg or two.
All righty. We're going to move ourselves along to wide receiver. We've got just under 30 minutes. If you guys want to see Puppet Lindquist come out for a little bit of a show, I don't know what kind of show that would be. It sounds a little creepy at this point, but got to get us over 700 likes. I mean, we cannot have Puppet Lindquist showing up for anything less than 700 likes. We're not whoring Puppet Lindquist out for the goodness of our heart. Like, we need money. We need likes. We need attention, Spags.
You're right. I like Puppet Lindquist is right here. I will say too, for the added danger of a dog biting the puppet, Kitty is also my dog who's getting bigger by the day and more annoying. She's up here next to me too, because she wouldn't fucking stay on her dog bed. So she's going to try to bite the puppet if I do some antics here. So if you want to see me get bit on the hand and see Eric also get bit by proxy, you're the voodoo doll. Like you'll feel the bite from afar.
You're like running an animal farm over there. This is it's getting wild. We're gonna have Luca running around in the background soon. We're gonna have it's gonna be wild.
He's out of the house. He's got swim class. He's safely with Alex. We're okay for right now.
It's all right. I'm looking forward to those days. My wife's due in April, so I'm very excited for such things. So that'll be fun.
Congratulations. Is this is not your first time saying it on content, is it?
First time. I've not said it on any content yet. You just said that, and it just made me happy. So yeah, I'm expecting little Lindy end of April. So looking forward to such things. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway.
I'll say on the behalf of the people, you are a
Oh.
lovely human being, and also too, I know that this is something that you've been looking forward to for a while. Not to bring out the emotional Eric Lindquist here.
Oh,
but I know you guys have been
man.
looking forward to this for a while. So Eric told me to also look really important myself. Eric told me a few weeks ago, like he knew this is coming up. But, that's just dad bonding. But honestly, so happy for you guys, and really, you're going to be an awesome dad, and you are going to have the most fun with it. And I hope Duke's gonna be a good dog, because boy, these dogs think they own the place.
Tearing up at 9:34. Guys, download the Tails app. Download the Tails app. If you could do one thing for my child. I have a child. I've abandoned my child. I don't think there will be blood applies here. Download the Tails app, everybody. Really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the well wishes. Everything is very, very lovely. Mom's doing well here right now, so getting ready to rock. Gonna be a dad finally here, so looking forward to that phase of my life, and looking forward to this phase of talking wide receiver here over on DraftKings.com, because we've got Jackson Smith-Njigba, Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase. Boy, oh boy, are there three massive upside options. Now, we've had this push and pull quite a bit, Spags. The running back position, Christian McCaffrey. We've got Jackson Smith-Njigba, Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase. They are 5 fantasy points away from Christian McCaffrey. So in terms of the flex, there's that. But there's some push and pull here, because there are massive ceilings on each one of these. You got a really functional defense on both sides of Jackson Smith-Njigba and Puka Nacua. Pittsburgh, I would say, has been the weakest of the 3 defenses, but it's an outdoor spot that just looks a little bit frisky, but he's the cheapest of the 3. I'm kind of with the Sims. We're just getting to Chase is kind of the priority. I did bet Jackson Smith-Njigba to score because his price is just asinine this week to me. But how are you parsing through in your lineups these 3 massive wide receiver options?
I tried really hard to get all 3 at sort of even amounts. Sim-wise, it does seem like there's a slight lean towards Jamar Chase, who's also the highest owned, and I get it. There is going to be, you'd expect, a pretty good success in the Pittsburgh side going against Cincinnati's defense. Jamar Chase, last time we saw him as super chalk, ended up getting outplayed by T. Higgins. People willing to go back to that here again, and I'm willing to go back to it too. But I do think, in really my ideal world, given the ownership we have for JSN, for Puka, for Chase, I would love to get 20% of all 3 and just kind of cast my lot with one of them having the ceiling game, because any of them can hit. JSN, I felt like gets squeezed a little bit by Shaheed, but I just don't think that's the case at this point with the workload we saw week 1. It could change more week to week, and I do think the Rams are a good defense, but JSN is really one of those guys I was a little bit slow on the uptick with, and played him because of the data almost every week. And now it's just he looks like a force of nature. But, maybe it's time to jump off the train, Eric. I feel like when you get a guy at 100+ receiving prop yards, I know you're in the prop streets and so intelligent about it as much as anybody. I just feel like that's got a little bit vigged up every week now.
Yeah, I mean, 20 fantasy score over on Prize Picks as well. The pick'em side of things. I mean, it's gotten a little ridiculous, but I will say this. The dude is good at football. I just get worried. Can the Seahawks offensive line keep doing what it's been doing? Because if you give Darnold time, we saw that last year with Minnesota until Darisaw went out. Darnold was the best quarterback in the pocket in the NFL. And then Darisaw, we end up playing him. We ran a play with 5 seconds left for no reason. Darisaw was out for the season, and it became a stone cold disaster, and Darnold saw ghosts. Can they hold up against Verse and company here against the Rams? I'm not sure, but I will say Jackson Smith-Njigba has just been that dude. And, Shaheed, I don't know if he's going to play a ton over Cup. I have no idea how this is all going to shake out, but I do know Jackson Smith-Njigba is one of those guys that we've been early on a lot this entire year where it's this is a serious thing that's going down here. And he's 8,900 now. It's just really hard from a DFS perspective for me to do anything here, but we'll say bet his touchdown. It's just wild that he's plus 125 to me, plus 130. What are we actually doing here with our lives? Nothing else, Dad.
Yeah, I would be more confident in his receptions generally than touchdowns, because the equity for the red zone is the one thing I'd critique him for. But in terms of target earning, people cream themselves over Rashee Rice, but I think JSN has been doing it for a little bit longer, doing it more impressively, more efficiently too, and not getting just little 1-yard borderline run plays. You can tell who I like. I think JSN's been really good, and he's earned whatever love he gets from the markets.
Rashee Rice. Oh yeah, I mean, we could get into the best ball streets on things. Mistakes were also made by yours truly in those streets this year, but one of them was not Rashee Rice. I ended up getting a ton of him, and he's on every year-long team that I have. And I think this is definitely a spot where no Pat Surtain out there. You have an opportunity to potentially see Rashee Rice just be 11, 12 targets a game going forward. I mean, it's a ridiculous workload we're seeing for Rashee Rice. And I feel like, all right, just holding hands with the field here. Devontae Adams, it's strange to see like no ownership coming in on with his red zone role with some of the things he's capable of doing. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. Again, I don't want to give too many takes saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, because it's really going to depend on how early pieces do for me. But Justin Jefferson, you best believe I'm over this 12% number, and I'm playing him away from some JJ McCarthy. And then I said before, if I do have JJ McCarthy in lineups, they absolutely have Justin Jefferson. Feel pretty good about him. What are we getting for Drake London as well? Because I feel like Drake London has completely nuked the last 2 weeks, and nobody wants to play him because he was questionable coming in this week, Spags. Like, he's probably the best tournament play of the entire grouping up here above 7K.
Yeah, I love Drake London this week. I mean, Jefferson, I think the matchup with Chicago, again, it's one of the best in football. Like, I do think if McCarthy can get him the ball like he's supposed to, and I think Jefferson feels due for a breakout day. I'm not going to critique any ownership there. Sim is giving you 20%, at least was giving me 20%. The top 150 here. So I think, he seems like a good play. But Drake London, I think, is really compelling. Again, I think the fact that Atlanta got so embarrassed the last time they played Carolina, it really seems like a spot to me. London was banged up this week. I think was sick and banged up. But he is such an alpha target earner, earning over 10 a game, which there are not very few guys in the league, or very many guys rather in the league you could say that about. There's very few you could say that about. I think for Drake London, he does seem particularly good in this spot. And I think as well, Darnell Mooney, pretty cheap. Pitts still affordable. The stack with Penix looks pretty good. Bijan, I didn't get quite as much of with the sim, but I like Atlanta a lot this week. But it does start with Drake London, where I kind of went out of my way to get him, even in lineups where I didn't have a Penix, stack going on.
Yeah, I had like 2 main builds over on DK where I was trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to do. I ended up splitting exposure like the coward that I am, and played, a couple of single entry lineups with one, couple of single lineups with the other. And obviously I'm probably going to just make those all single individual stuff with afternoon slates and kind of break them up that way. But one, Justin Jefferson just by himself, one, Drake London just by himself. Those 2 guys, I would really, really like them to smash here. In addition to T. Higgins. I don't quite understand some of his props. I didn't end up betting any of them just purely because it felt as though, maybe I'm just missing something here. Or maybe the weather is absolutely egregious, but like sub 60 receiving yards here for T. Higgins in the role that he's now had and really shown out since Joe Flacco got into the mix. I think he is an excellent tournament play for early information at 6% as well. If you're able to hit on a couple of these 6, 7K wide receiver Spags, it opens you up to play some of the chalk in the afternoon. And if they don't go nuts, well, you best believe you won't see a ton of Michael Wilson in those type of lineups, a ton of Greg Dortch in those type of lineups. But do you have any other 6K, 7K wide receivers that you're over the field on?
I wouldn't begrudge anybody chasing Nico Collins. I didn't really get there myself because I kind of went more the Jameis route instead of the Davis Mills route. But I think the fact that Davis Mills did show up pretty meaningfully against the Jacksonville team, that even if they have been running kind of hot, still have played pretty well. The fact that he could get results at all for himself, underlying numbers still not looking that good, but I think, chasing that with Nico again would not be a crazy thing to do. But I didn't really get there a ton. Ladd, I didn't get there a ton. Zay, I didn't get there a ton. I did get there a little bit for DK Metcalf more than the field. Sim, I got him at 14%. I have a little bit more than that in my final lineups. I think that for Metcalf, the big thing for me is that he's really kind of seems underplayed for a massive total here. And if he were super chalk, I'd feel less good about it. Maybe he ends up chalkier than the 11% expected ownership for Stokastic right now. But he does look like he'll be lightly owned in a game where there's a massive total versus one of the worst defenses in football. So I think for Metcalf, he'd be the guy I would make the biggest case for, even though I get it for Higgins too. But I like Metcalf before we get to the Wandale range.
Oh, before we get to the Wandale range. Also, your boy posted a 4-leg DK pick 6 play this morning. I just saw that Marcus Mariota threw an interception. I had over an interception for him to close the loop on that one. That was a nice, what would it be? Plus 1,300, I believe would be the conversion for that, but plus 1,200 banger for the people, completely free for that Miami game. I was up early in the morning getting my stuff done, but I didn't get to finish out the sweat. you could have gotten it completely free over at Tails. So download the Tails app over on the App Store or at the Google Play Store for all you Android folks. Download the Tails app and take advantage of it. Free bets throughout the day here. I'm going to have some afternoon goodness. Might throw some afternoon DFS goodness out there as well, because I do think late swap is so damn important on this slate. And, well, we've got bets, we've got DFS, we've got everything for you over there at the Tails app. Please download it today. Weird to do that in the middle of the wide receiver position, but I wanted to be able to, throw it in one more time for the people. Plus, I just saw Mariota through that pick, which, boy, was that useful. Ladd McConkey. No, I guess we're done with the 6K range here. I didn't really want to talk about Ladd McConkey because I don't have any, but Ted McMillan, I surely do on FanDuel. DraftKings, very difficult, 5,600 here relative to the other guys in the range, but we're going to see him eventually score some touchdowns, right? We're going to see Bryce Young eventually find him in a red zone situation here, because that would be useful in my life. FanDuel purposes, you really want those touchdowns. I'm looking at him a little bit there. Your boy, Wan'Dale Robinson, if you're going to be doing the fun things with Spags today, rolling out some Jameis Winston in your lives, totally get that as well. Jordan Addison, if you're going to add some doubles in your life, but my favorite by far, Shakira, give me Khalil Shakir, the lone guy out there. Keon Coleman wandering the desert in Buffalo, doing absolutely nothing with his day because he was a bad boy and didn't go to a meeting on Friday. Not that this is going to be something where somebody's going to come in and replace Khalil Shakir's target share or something, because, I think Keon Coleman had a 2.5 receptions prop, but just going to say, Khalil Shakir can be that dude with it's basically just Dawson Knox out there, as you still have Dalton Kincaid on the shelf. I really like Khalil Shakir as early information. Who is your favorite 5K range guy, and why is it Wan'Dale Robinson?
It's Wan'Dale because of the Jameis effect. I think it's really the main thing here. I really believe in the thesis that when we get Jameis at low ownership and he's just starting out in his run, you just play him and hope it works out. And for Cleveland last year, that really did pay dividends. So we're back to the well for that once again. But really, I think for Wan'Dale, the big thing is that it is a QB. I don't want to say upgrade, because I think Jackson Dart was playing the most winning football that he possibly could, but it's an upgrade in terms of just a passer actually throwing passes, which is what a Wan'Dale Robinson needs. So my dog is trying to fight her way out because Alex and Luca got back, and I need really to stay here for 15 more minutes, please. For Wan'Dale Robinson, it's really just a Jameis bet. So I am there. The field's apparently there at 12%. Stokastic Sims giving you double that. I think he's a good play. Jordan Addison, if you want to get different from that McCarthy chalk, that's what I did. Added Addison on top of some Jefferson stuff. Tried a little bit of Addison with Hawkinson. I think that's a nice way to try to capture a very chalky McCarthy that you can make the case just don't play in tournaments, but want to try it. So Addison, I think at 6%. Seems low owned when you have a really chalky QB. And Shakir, I think the thesis is not bad for him. He really consolidating workload is what we've been dying for Buffalo. So I would be still scared of getting Josh Palmer or Gabe Davis or whatever. Dawson Knox, Jackson Hawes. That's what Buffalo does. They throw it to anybody out there. So always the same concern for Shakir, but I think the logic is strong. And Keenan Allen, I'll just say real fast, it is a very zone-heavy Jacksonville team. That's Keenan Allen's bread and butter. He's been targeted over 30% of the time versus zone. Nobody else on the team is even close to that. Ladd McConkey, for whatever reason, under a 20% target rate versus zone. So Keenan Allen, I think I played in a few tournament lineups just because I thought the matchup seems good, but he's barely a play on the slate, really.
I probably get a chance to do this maybe twice a year, Spags. What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this YouTube room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. So Parker Washington ran really hot with touchdown equity last week. Romeo Doubs, Quentin Johnston sitting there at 5K. But as we move into this range, I don't know what to think about Jacoby Myers. I think he's probably the most difficult guy for me to figure out exactly what I want to do with on this entire slate. 4.5 reception prop, sub 5K, new team, new environment. What do you think about Jacoby Myers and the one game we've seen him play in a Jacksonville uniform so far?
Yeah, I think that he's an interesting play, just knowing that he is like professional caliber receiver who has earned targets everywhere he's been. When you have Parker Washington being a player that does come up I think more across industry data than he does for Stokastic. But they both seem kind of the same amount of ownership, 7.5% for Parker Washington, 6.5 for Jacoby Myers. Sim does seem to like Myers more, but I really wouldn't begrudge it. He kind of feels to me, though, like Myers, Christian Kirk, just guys like I probably want to click a little bit more because of like what their name is, what they've done in the past. But in reality, they might just not be anything useful anymore. I don't think it's a case necessarily for Myers as much as Christian Kirk, which has been like a total disappointment to me. But I like Myers, getting him the sim 10%. That's fine. Nothing here really excites me too much.
Oh, you know what excites you though? Michael Wilson. We got to like Michael Wilson today, baby. Greg Dortch, what could possibly go wrong? Rostering a burner that you're hoping gets like a handoff taken to the house or something. I mean, what are we doing here with our lives? Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch. What are we actually doing with our lives? And also, I forgot to bring up DeMercado. My buddy DM'd me, goes, who the hell were you talking about for Arizona? I have like 12% DeMercado right now, and I might get a little bit more. I think there's a chance that he just ends up being the back today anyway, but that's neither here nor there. I wanted to at least address that. But Michael Wilson, boy, oh boy, 3,800 for the featured wide receiver one in a functional offense against a San Francisco dustbin. Sounds good to me, Spags.
Yeah, and I would say too, like I love Trey McBride this week. I'm playing a lot of him, but if there's any chance that McBride does get like bracketed, shut down, I don't think he can because he gets such low ADOT, yards after catch kind of targets that like he should be mostly immune to the other thing besides the best coverage, which Niners don't have. Which Niners don't have. I would say that for McBride, like any sort of letdown he has probably means more shots for Michael Wilson. It could mean that you get Greg Dortch more. He is your other underneath target, but really to me, Michael Wilson is going to get a few deep shots. He's going to be chalky at 25% owned. The sim is still giving you 65. So it does seem like good chalk. I think it's scary to be really heavy on Michael Wilson because he can just not catch those deep passes. But boy, if he does catch them, that's going to be fun. And we're all about having fun this week in week 11.
All righty. Let's get ourselves to the tight end position, shall we? Anything else you wanted to talk about? Cheap wide receivers that nobody wants to play?
Josh Palmer, I feel like is cusp playable too. Just the fact people are going to go to Shakir so much, and Palmer should pick up some work. But I honestly, like if he got iced for Gabe Davis, I wouldn't be shocked. But he's played well and he's earned targets. He's a guy that I think should benefit from Keon Coleman not being out there theoretically.
I just sorted by fantasy points. I just want to point out that Trey McBride is projected for a lot more fantasy points than everybody else at the position. 7 more fantasy points from a mean projection standpoint on Trey McBride today. Spags, I have north of 35%. I would be shocked. This is the one thing I will say. No matter what happens, no matter what I have to shift around in my lineups, no matter what ends up going down in the early portion of this slate, I'm going to have north of 30% Trey McBride. There's just not a chance in God's green earth I'm coming into this slate and not playing Trey McBride at 6,300, where he's still underpriced.
Yeah, I think McBride, I mean, the sim is giving me 65% of him. I got him in my lineups that I did before the show, 50%. I feel like for McBride, he's just a really solid play at this point with Brissett clearly giving him the work that he has not gotten as reliably from Kyler Murray. The red zone targets have stabilized. The role itself is as strong as anybody's out there at tight end, and frankly, better than 90% of receivers out there, especially ones at that 6K range. So really going against a bad defense as well for the Niners that the ownership's there like crazy, but people I still think respect the Niners a little bit more they should with how bad they've been this year. McBride definitely is like the best chalk at tight end, I think, on the slate by a wide margin.
Yeah, and as we break down some tournament options here in the last 8 minutes, Sean Preston, $2. You guys are thumbs up. I'm assuming that is a good thing. Devontae Walker, love, no, Devontae.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it with Bateman being out, but it's going to be split work between a bunch of guys. And it's also not a good game environment, really.
Can't do it. Thomas G, Flacco or Goff today? That's going to be Flacco for me between the two. Or no, wait, a year long. No, it's definitely Goff. I'm a liar.
I think I would go Flacco, but I mean, Goff, you paid the higher price tag for it. If you have any Lions receivers, I guess I'd play Goff, but Flacco.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this just like a Thursday through Monday slate question, or is it a specific year-long league? I would say both are pretty equal as I was looking at it here. I tried to pull up my stuff here. I've got them within a fantasy point of each other. And yeah, I mean, Flacco, he's got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. They seem pretty good. Also, we had this shout out from ALS Jets, $5. I won last year when Jokic had that big triple double in the 100K slate, tying with two others and received 45K. I never got a hat or free subscription. Well, you should have, but hopefully the 45K, you did like the whole zombie land crying with the money thing. That would be good. Just wipe your tears with the 45K. Hopefully that was enough for you as well. But if not, we can send you a hat. We can allow such things. Tournament options here at tight end. Kyle Pitts was showing up a lot for me in the Sims, and I'm going to roll with it. I don't know if Drake London is 100% today. I do like the Drake London play a lot for what it's worth, but don't hate the idea of Kyle Pitts kind of joining my life as well. His target share has been up here in recent games, despite what we saw overseas for the one game there where, yeah, just another receiving prop I get hooked on. No big deal, but Gadsden, Kittle, Theo Johnson, I'm assuming is a your boy, but I like one guy way down here in the doldrums, Dalton Schultz. If he's going to be right around 4%, didn't we just see him get a bazillion targets the other week? And I know you had Nico Collins dinged up for it. I know that it's, Davis Mills here instead of Stroud, but like, I feel like this is just a spot for 3,900, sub 4K Dalton Schultz against Tennessee. Yeah, that's going to be pretty spicy for me. But anybody else that you really like to get to a tight end today, Spags?
I'm with you on Pitts being a strong play. I got him at 20% in the sim, ended up with that exact same amount in the lineups that I hand selected. So, I think Pitt's a good play here. Mooney's getting cheap too. I played some Atlanta stacks with Penix as well, including both those guys. I might even add one with London on top of that. But I think Pitt's a decent play, even though he is priced right next to Theo Johnson, who I've also got 20% of. And then besides those guys, yeah, Schultz, I don't mind, especially if you're going to go with Davis Mills, your QB, going with that double again. I don't think it'd be a bad move. Anybody down the, I didn't really play the Pittsburgh tight ends, even though like they absolutely are so live to score a touchdown today. Which one it'll be, how it'll happen. Will it just end up being Washington for them instead of being Jonnu Smith or Freiermuth? Maybe that's the part that maybe not very excited about that, but that total's really good. And the Bengals are awful. So that'd be that. But yeah, a lot of decent tight ends, but McBride is just, to me, so far and away the number one. Not that that's a hot take given the projections and all that.
It surely is not, but it is the right take, is what it is. I'm playing a ton of McBride, no matter what happens, no matter the world. Also, I guess I wanted to ask one guy, Evan Ingram. Is it just not going to happen in Denver ever?
It's not playing enough.
No, he was never going to play enough. I thought he was a terrible best ball thing, but he's like sub 5K on FanDuel now. Evan Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, he gets some targets. It's just like he needs to be fed the ball at like, Darren Waller when he first came back in from Miami kind of level, and he just doesn't get that. And I don't know, but I get it on FanDuel if you want to take that shot.
It's tough times. Cream $5 super chat. Appreciate the super chats, everybody. What do you think about Baker, White, Igbuka stacks? And would you take Chase or JSN? Well, that is going to be a different slate, different situation for me. I can't imagine I would want to do this today against Buffalo. It's really tough sledding here going into Buffalo with this win I don't want to go crazy about the weather, but coming off of last week where New England, and I mean, both sides of it were pretty darn good, but Henderson was your run back. You had doubles and triples for Baker go completely nutties. Can't really do that one, but I can tell you on the back half, would you take Chase or JSN? I like Chase from a DFS perspective today. I like JSN from a real life perspective today. Those $400 actually are pretty important for me with what I'm doing. So I'm going to go the Chase side of it. What say you, Spags?
Yeah, I will say with the Tampa Bay stuff that Rachaad White to me, the fact, and I get it because Sean Tucker took some more snaps last week, but it was still like a pretty big gap favoring Rachaad White. Buffalo's run defense keeps getting shredded every week. And like, Rachaad White's not Devon Achane or anything, but it surprises me that nothing industry wide was giving me Rachaad White. No sim around Stokastic wise or elsewhere was giving me him. And I thought that was a little bit odd that Rachaad White was like viewed as totally unplayable. So I think it's kind of interesting. And I'd favor Jamar Chase as well. He's a little bit cheaper, and the projections, I think, look pretty much close enough.
All righty. Defense, 3 minutes for all the people. They've been dying. I love the Packers, and the Sims love the Packers, and I just have a ton of the Packers. I don't like fun, Spags. It is what it is. Give me everything you can against a guy who wants to air it out with no running game behind him, with inferior wide receiver core to what he had last year in Cleveland. When healthy, obviously Cedric Tillman, combination of him along with Jerry Jeudy were better than what I think Wan'Dale Robinson / Jalen Hyatt / whomever the hell else is going to be catching footballs there. But do you have Packers defense still in your allotment? Because I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I played a good amount more. The sim didn't really give me as much Packers D. I think you'd have to boost them to get them more. But 6% the sim, I played more than that because I basically played him in a good amount of lives where I didn't play Jameis. I think that would be, again, a totally fair way to play the slate. Play Jameis or play the Packers D and take that shot. Being a little bit sarcastic here. There's a shot at any defense can catch it, return touchdowns or things. Please don't just play the Packers D or Jameis. Titans D comes up a lot, though. Cheap at 2,300. Davis Mills seems due for regression. Broncos D came up a lot sim-wise. Cardinals D came up more than I would have thought. 12% exposure. Fields at 3. But I played Packers when hand building some stuff. I played Titans and Texans, kind of selecting more. Texans really didn't come up as much in the sim as I thought they would.
Yeah, and if you're playing FanDuel, Falcons defense, I have in like 40% of my lineups over there. Again, I played my one big lineup there, played some 20 max stuff. And yeah, Atlanta's 3,300 for no reason over there. Different salary structure, obviously 5K being your tippy top, 3K being the floor usually for defense, unless somebody's a really atrocious football team. I think we've seen like some 2K stuff randomly pop up on different slates back in the day. But these days, between 3 and 5K, and yeah, boy, oh boy, 3,300 against Carolina. That looks pretty darn good on FanDuel. Spags, who's going to absolutely just completely win you all the monies today?
Jameis Winston to Wan'Dale Robinson and maybe Theo Johnson if he wants to come along for the Jameis Winston party. If I get this right, oh boy, I'm going to be so insufferable. More than usual for the people that are so mean.
Josh Jacobs plus Green Bay defense plus
Jameis Winston.
I was going to say Patrick Mahomes. I do like his doubles a lot. I'm very curious to see where ownership lands in this afternoon window, but we're going to go accumulate some of that ownership because we are officially at lock. Thank you for everybody being so kind to me today. And obviously being able to talk through all of the goodness that was this week 11 main slate here on DraftKings. Don't worry. We got EMAC. We got Greg Ehrenberg as well. The two of them teaming up together for tonight's showdown. You're going to want to check it out. Detroit, Philly. Going to be a great real life football game. Let's win some money while we're at it too. But go do me a favor. Follow Chris Spags at Chris Spags over on X. Go follow. Type in YouTube. You're on YouTube right now, more than likely. Splash Play. Go subscribe. Go check him out on the daily. NBA content, walking through projections with the people. NFL content, walking through main slates with the people. He is what you want to be following week in, week out, in addition to what we're doing here at Stokastic. So do that. Chris, any final words for the people?
No, just I would say thank you for those kind words, and I'll offer them right back. Congrats again to Eric, his brave announcement here that he is in fact birthing a child from his own loins. Very excited to see how that junior style. We're gonna implant it in you, see how you do. No, but very glad to have you join the community, dads. Very excited to see your updates. Very excited to see the adorable photos and all the things that are to come from that. But glad that people finally know, so I don't have to worry about it spilling out of my mouth accidentally on stream.
No, it's one of those things we weren't going to do like a big announcement or whatever. And I was like, I'm going to organically just bring it up on a show one day. It's been like a month of me just holding it in and not saying a damn word about it to anybody, but wanted to throw it out there because it just felt right. And obviously it was in the conversation. And some ways that's just the best way that things can go. But the best way things can go right now is we go turn on some football. Sunday ticket. Hey, everything's good. Everything's great. We're going to get ESPN to watch Monday Night Football tomorrow. But Detroit, Philly, Greg, EMAC, check that out tonight. I'm Eric. I'm okay. He's Chris. He is fantastic people. Love you all. Let's go win some money. Bye.